Welcome, weary traveler, to a gentle journey through the legends of Hyrule. As you settle in and prepare for rest, allow your mind to drift with me through ancient stories and timeless myths from the Legend of Zelda. This is not a walkthrough or analysis, but rather a meditative exploration of a beloved world, a soothing voyage through landscapes of imagination, designed to help you gradually release the tensions of the day. Tonight, we'll speak in soft tones of heroes and princesses, of ancient magic and quiet courage, of worlds both familiar and wonderfully strange. The pace will be unhurried, the voice calm and steady, creating a peaceful atmosphere where sleep may find you whenever it wishes. There is no need to follow every detail or remember every name. Simply let the words wash over you like gentle waves on the shores of Lake Hylia. If you've never ventured through the lands of Hyrule before, fear not. No prior knowledge is required to drift along these mythic currents. And if you're already well acquainted with these legends, perhaps you'll find comfort in revisiting them from this more contemplative perspective, noticing subtleties and connections previously overlooked in more active engagements with these stories. Let us begin our journey through the Legend of Zelda, a tale told in whispers as the night grows deep, a soothing narrative to accompany you toward peaceful slumber. As we begin our first episode, I invite you to adjust your position, take a few deep breaths, and allow your muscles to soften. The kingdom of Hyrule awaits, not as a challenge to be conquered, but as a peaceful realm to be experienced in tranquil reflection. The soft glow of the Triforce illuminates our path, and the distant melodies of an ocarina carry us forward into dreams. Chapter 1. Introduction to the Legend of Zelda. The Legend of Zelda first emerged into our world in 1986, born from the childhood memories of a man named Shigeru Miyamoto. As a young boy in Kyoto, Japan, Miyamoto would explore the hills, forests, and caves near his home, each expedition a journey into uncharted territory. The Kyoto countryside offered endless possibilities for adventure. Dense bamboo groves where sunlight filtered through in gentle patterns, winding streams that led to unexpected clearings, and ancient trees whose roots formed natural staircases into the earth. One day during these explorations, Miyamoto discovered a cave entrance hidden among the trees, partially obscured by hanging vines and moss-covered stones. For a moment, he hesitated at the threshold between the known and unknown. Gathering his courage, he lit a small lantern, its flame dancing uncertainly against the darkness, and ventured inside. The narrow passage opened into chambers of surprising beauty, where stalactites hung like nature's chandeliers, and underground pools reflected his lantern's glow. That small flame illuminated a world previously unknown to him, revealing treasures not of gold or jewels, but of experience and wonder. In the quiet hours of night, when the boundaries between realms grow thin, ancient stories find their way to willing ears. Tonight, we journey to a land that has existed across countless iterations, through the flow of time itself, a land called Hyrule. We'll welcome you to the first chapter in our exploration of the Legend of Zelda, a tapestry of myths, heroes, and timeless conflicts that has captivated hearts for generations. As you settle in, allow your mind to drift toward a world where courage stands against darkness, where wisdom guides the lost, and where power, for better or worse, shapes the destiny of all living things. This is not merely a tale of video games, though that is how many first encountered these legends, but rather it is the chronicle of a mythic cycle that echoes humanity's oldest stories. This sense of discovery, this transformative moment of stepping from familiar surroundings into mystery, would later become the foundation of the Legend of Zelda. Miyamoto sought to capture not just the physical act of exploration, but the emotional landscape it created, the trepidation before entering the unknown, the wonder at discovering something hidden from ordinary view, and the satisfaction of returning changed by what you've witnessed. His childhood adventures became the emotional blueprint for a game that would change the course of interactive storytelling. This first incarnation of Hyrule was rendered in the simplest of pixels, blocks of color representing trees, mountains, and creatures. Yet it created an impression of vastness, unprecedented in gaming. The overworld alone contained 128 unique screens, each potentially hiding caves, dungeons, or secrets. The dungeons themselves were labyrinths, where walls might be bombed to reveal hidden passages, where pushing a nondescript block might open the way forward, where listening carefully to the advice of strangers might provide the key to progress. What makes Zelda truly remarkable is not simply its gameplay innovations, though they were revolutionary for their time. The original game broke convention by offering no clear path forward, no obvious direction. In an era when games typically progressed from left to right along predetermined paths, The Legend of Zelda presented players with a golden cartridge, itself a physical symbol of something precious and mysterious that contained a world of possibilities extending in all directions. Yet, whether rendered in simple pixels or vast three-dimensional landscapes, Hyrule has always been a place of wonder and secrets. The emotional truth established in that first adventure, that the world rewards the curious, that persistence unveils hidden beauty, that understanding comes through exploration rather than explanation, has remained constant even as the technological expression of that truth has evolved across generations. The game began with simplicity that belied its depth. A small character, clad in green, standing in an empty clearing. No tutorial explained the controls. No guide character offered direction. No map revealed the landscape waiting to be discovered. Players were placed in an open world and simply told through the silent invitation of design. Explore, find your way, create your own adventure.
His philosophy of discovery has remained at the heart of the series through decades of technological advancement. The 16-bit era brought richer colors and more detailed environments. In A Link to the Past, Ocarina of Time transformed Hyrule into a three-dimensional realm, where distance itself became part of the Mystery Mountains, glimpsed on the horizon, promised adventures not yet undertaken. Breath of the Wild returned to the original's ethos of unguided exploration, magnified across a landscape of breathtaking scale and environmental diversity.
This relationship is reinforced by the character's very name. Link serves as the connection between player and game world, between our reality and Hyrule's mythology. Even his appearance has been crafted to facilitate this connection. His features, while distinctive, remain somewhat undefined compared to the more expressive supporting characters. His traditional outfit, the green tunic and cap, was designed to make him visibly stand out against the landscape, while remaining simple enough to allow for psychological projection. We project ourselves onto this hero. Our indignation at injustice becomes his motivation. Our curiosity about what lies beyond the next hill drives his footsteps. Our determination in the face of challenging puzzles guides his hands, and through that projection, we step into the legend ourselves. The boundaries between player and character blur until Link's courage becomes our courage, his triumphs, our triumphs, his growth, our growth. But beneath this invitation to adventure lies something deeper, a resonance with the ancient stories that have defined human culture. Since we first gathered around fires to share tales, Zelda draws from the wellspring of world mythology, from the hero's journey described by Joseph Campbell to Arthurian legends of sacred swords and chosen knights. It weaves in elements of Japanese Shintoism, with its reverence for nature spirits, alongside Buddhist concepts of cycles and rebirth. This rich tapestry of influences creates a world that feels at once new and strangely familiar, as though we are remembering something long forgotten. The Legend of Zelda is also unique in its approach to its protagonist, Link, the hero clad in green, journeys through these adventures without speaking a single word. This silence stands in stark contrast to the chattering companions who often accompany him. Fairies like Navi with her insistent, "Hey, listen," the sardonic Midna with her veiled motives, the mechanical Fee with her calculated probabilities. These companions speak volumes, while Link remains a quiet center around which the narrative turns. This silence is not merely a stylistic choice or technical limitation. It is an invitation, perhaps one of the most profound in interactive storytelling. In the absence of Link's voice, the player's own thoughts and feelings fill the empty space. When a villager describes their troubles, Link offers no commentary to filter the information. When a grand vista appears on the horizon, Link expresses no opinion to color our perception. When faced with seemingly insurmountable odds, Link shows no hesitation that might separate his resolve from our own. As night deepens around us, let us turn our attention to the core themes that flow through every iteration of The Legend of Zelda, connecting games across decades like constellations in the night sky. Three golden triangles, the Triforce, stand at the center of it all, each piece embodying a fundamental aspect of existence itself. Power, represented by the Triforce of Power, speaks to our capacity to effect change in the world around us, to bend reality to our will. Throughout the legend, this piece often finds its way to Ganon, a being of tremendous ambition, whose desire to reshape the world according to his vision leads to cycles of conflict. Yet power itself is neutral, a tool that reveals the heart of its wielder. In Ganon's hands, it becomes destructive, but power can also protect and nurture when guided by noble intent. Few other stories, whether in games or other media, offer such a direct pathway into their mythic structure. Through Link's silence, we experience the hero's journey, not as observers but as participants, understanding its transformative power from within, rather than without. This sacred space between defined character and player projection allows each person who takes up the controller to experience their own unique version of the legend, one that resonates with their personal struggles, aspirations, and interpretations. In later games, when Link shows fleeting expressions or makes wordless sounds of effort, these moments are carefully choreographed to enhance rather than diminish this connection. They provide just enough characterization to make him believable, without imposing a personality that might conflict with the player's own emotional experience. Wisdom, embodied in the Triforce of Wisdom, represents understanding beyond mere knowledge, the ability to perceive truth, to see patterns across time, to guide others toward enlightenment. Princess Zelda, through her many incarnations, carries this wisdom as both burden and blessing. She stands as the living connection to Hyrule's divine past, often possessing insights that others cannot grasp until events have already unfolded. Her wisdom sometimes manifests as prophecy, sometimes as strategy, but always is a light against encroaching shadows. These three forces, power, wisdom, and courage, exist in eternal balance. When that balance shifts too far in any direction, conflict arises in the land of Hyrule. This delicate equilibrium reflects the balance we all seek in our own lives, between acting on our capabilities, understanding the consequences of our actions, and finding the resolve to stay true to our principles. This proclamation established a metaphysical framework for the entire series. The goddess Helia, reincarnated as Zelda, carries forward divine wisdom and purpose through her bloodline. The spirit of the hero, reborn as Link in times of need, represents courage and selfless protection, and Demise's hatred, most often manifested as Ganondorf or Ganon, embodies power divorced from compassion, ambition, without restraint. Perhaps most fascinating is how the Legend of Zelda explores the concept of reincarnation and eternal return. Link, Zelda, and Ganon are not merely similar characters appearing throughout the series. They are spiritual successors to one another, bound by fate to reenact their conflict across the ages. This cycle began with Demise's dying curse in Skyward Sword. Those like you, those who share the blood of the goddess and the spirit of the hero, they are eternally bound to this curse. An incarnation of my hatred shall ever follow your kind, dooming them to wander a blood-soaked sea of darkness for all time. Courage, the third piece of the Triforce, speaks to the heart of the hero's journey. Courage is not the absence of fear, but rather the willingness to act despite it. Link, whether as a simple islander, a forest child, or a knight in training, embodies this courage in his willingness to stand against forces that far outmatch him. The Triforce of courage represents not just bravery in battle, but the courage to venture into the unknown, to face one's own weaknesses, to persist when all seems lost. But the nature of these reincarnations is not simple repetition. Each Link we encounter is distinct. The hero of time differs from the hero of winds, who differs from the hero of the wild. Their backgrounds vary dramatically. A forest child, raised among the Kokiri, a simple islander with a grandmother and sister, a royal knight in training. Their motivations begin from different places, searching for a lost friend, rescuing a kidnapped sister, recovering lost memories. Even their abilities and tools change, from the time-altering ocarina, to the wind-controlling baton, to the slate that manipulates the physical properties of matter. Zelda herself transforms across incarnations. Sometimes she appears as the visible ruler of Hyrule, sometimes as a pirate leader, unaware of her heritage, sometimes as a researcher devoted to ancient technology. Her relationship with Link ranges from childhood friendship to distant admiration to professional collaboration. Yet through these variations, certain essential qualities persist. Her wisdom, her connection to divine power, her sense of responsibility toward Hyrule and its people. Even Ganondorf evolves across appearances. In Ocarina of Time, we witness his origin as a Gerudo king, whose resentment of Hyrule's prosperity fuels his ambition. In Wind Waker, we glimpse unexpected complexity in his motives, a longing for the wind that once swept across his desert homeland. By Breath of the Wild, his many defeats and resurrections have stripped away his humanoid form entirely, leaving only Calamity Ganon, a creature of pure malice, barely containing its rage. Sometimes the details of their interactions change dramatically. Sometimes whole eras pass between their appearances, yet the essential nature of their relationship remains, forming a cycle that seems without end, a cosmic dance between these three forces that defines the very history of Hyrule. This cycle raises profound questions about destiny and free will that resonate far beyond the game's fictional boundaries. Are these characters merely puppets of fate, doomed to repeat the same conflicts like actors, unaware they're following a script? Does the knowledge of past cycles offer the possibility of change, or does it simply reveal the futility of resistance? Can individuals truly exercise choice within patterns established by powers beyond their comprehension? The series offers various perspectives on these questions. In Skyward Sword, Demise's curse establishes a seemingly inescapable pattern. Yet in Wind Waker, a king of Hyrule makes a wish on the Triforce that deliberately breaks with the past, allowing the old kingdom to be washed away completely, so that Link and Zelda might find a future of their own making. Breath of the Wild suggests that technology and ancient knowledge might disrupt the cycle, as Hyrule attempts to use Sheikah artifacts to overcome Ganon's return, rather than awaiting a hero's emergence. As our consciousness drifts between wakefulness and dreams, much like Link's journeys between realms, let us turn our attention to one of the most fascinating aspects of The Legend of Zelda, its timeline. Few fictional universes have inspired as much discussion and debate about chronology as this legend has, particularly because for many years, Nintendo offered no official explanation for how the various games connected to one another. In 2011, with the publication of Hyrule Historia, Nintendo finally revealed an official timeline, and it was more complex than many had imagined. Rather than following a single linear progression, the Zelda chronology branches into 3 distinct timelines, all stemming from a crucial moment in Ocarina of Time. As the stars wheel slowly overhead, let us contemplate another fundamental aspect of the Legend of Zelda's mythology, the duality of worlds. Throughout the series, Hyrule rarely exists in isolation. Instead, it is mirrored, shadowed, or complemented by other realms that reflect its nature in distorted ways. In A Link to the Past, the Golden Land of the Sacred Realm becomes twisted into the Dark World, a place where one's inner nature manifests in physical form. Those with corruption in their hearts become monsters, while the pure of heart might retain their form. This duality speaks to the shadow self, the aspects of our nature we often deny or repress, given form in another world. The Twilight Realm of Twilight Princess represents yet another kind of duality, a world of perpetual dusk, neither fully light nor completely dark, inhabited by beings banished from Hyrule long ago. This realm speaks to the things society pushes to its margins, the aspects of existence we find difficult to integrate into our understanding of the world. In Majora's Mask, Link finds himself in Termina, a land that mirrors Hyrule, but exists as if in a parallel dimension, caught in the shadow of impending doom. Here, the familiar becomes uncanny. We recognize faces and patterns from Hyrule, but in contexts that transform their meaning. This world explores grief, acceptance, and the passage of time in ways that complement, yet contrast, with Hyrule's focus on ancient legends and destinies. These dual worlds are not merely settings for adventure. They are metaphysical explorations of how reality itself might be structured. They suggest that what we perceive as our world is merely one aspect of a more complex truth. Just as light creates shadow, Hyrule creates its reflections, and neither can exist without the other. This tension between predetermined destiny and individual choice runs throughout the series, offering no easy answers, but inviting us to contemplate our own place in the patterns of history. Are we defined by the cycles we inherit, cultural, familial, societal, or can we transcend them through awareness and deliberate action? The Legend of Zelda suggests that perhaps both are true simultaneously. We exist within patterns larger than ourselves, yet each iteration brings the possibility of variation, of growth, of something new emerging from something ancient. This ambiguity was not accidental. Shigeru Miyamoto and his team initially focused on creating compelling individual adventures rather than fitting each new game into a predetermined continuity. Each Zelda title was meant to be a new telling of an ancient legend, variations on a theme rather than direct sequels. Yet, as the series grew in complexity, patterns began to emerge, connections formed between games, and fans began to piece together possible timelines. Their work complete, the goddesses departed for the heavens, leaving at the point of their departure a symbol of their power, the Triforce. This relic became the foundation of Hyrule's providence, a physical manifestation of divine balance that could grant the wish of anyone who touched it, reflecting the true nature of their heart. Most recently, Breath of the Wild presents a Hyrule where the past exists alongside the present, ancient Sheikah, technology emerging into a medieval-like setting, the ghosts of fallen champions still influencing events 100 years after their deaths. Here, duality takes the form of temporal layers rather than parallel worlds, but the effect is similar. We are asked to hold multiple realities in mind simultaneously. These events form the backdrop of Skyward Sword, chronologically the first game in the series. Here we meet the first incarnation of Link and Zelda, though she begins as simply a childhood friend rather than a princess. Through their adventures we learn that Zelda is actually the human reincarnation of the goddess Hylia, while Link becomes her chosen hero. Together they defeat Demise, but with his dying breath, the Demon King curses them. His hatred and the embodiment of his power would be reborn again and again to pursue those who share the blood of the goddess and the spirit of the hero. Before we explore these branches, we must understand the events that predate the split. In the beginning, there was only chaos, until 3 golden goddesses descended upon the formless world. Dun, the goddess of power, who created the land. Nyura, the goddess of wisdom, who gave the spirit of law to the world. And Farore, the goddess of courage, who created life to uphold the law. Long after the goddess's departure, an era of chaos began, as various factions sought control of the Triforce. During this time, the Demon King Demes led an army against the surface world. To protect her people, the goddess Hylia sent a chosen few to the sky on a piece of land that would become Skyloft. She then sealed away Demes, though the seal would not hold forever. This curse establishes the cycle that defines the entire Legend of Zelda. Link, Zelda, and the incarnation of Demise's hatred, most often Ganon, locked in conflict across the ages. From this point, history flows forward into the era of Hyrule's establishment as a unified kingdom, through periods of prosperity and conflict, leading eventually to the events of Ocarina of Time. And it is here, in what many consider to be the pivotal game in the series, that the timeline splinters. The actions taken by Princess Zelda at the end of Link's adventure create 3 distinct possibilities, 3 separate flows of time. The third branch, the adult timeline, follows the future that adult Link leaves behind after defeating Ganon, with no hero remaining in this era, as Link has been sent back to his childhood. When Ganon eventually breaks his seal, the goddesses are forced to flood Hyrule, leading to the great sea setting of the Wind Waker. This timeline continues through Phantom Hourglass and Spirit Tracks, documenting the founding of a new kingdom after the original Hyrule is left beneath the waves. This complex branching of time speaks to the nature of legend itself, how stories change in the telling, how different versions can exist simultaneously, each with its own truth. It also reflects how our choices create divergent paths, alternate possibilities that might all exist in different flows of time. In the second path, called the Child Timeline, Zelda sends Link back to his childhood at the end of Ocarina of Time. Armed with knowledge of the future, young Link warns the royal family about Ganondorf's plans. This leads to the villain's attempted execution, the events of Majora's Mask, as Link searches for his fairy companion, and eventually the backstory of Twilight Princess, where the ancient sage's botched execution of Ganondorf results in his banishment to the Twilight Realm. The kingdom itself has taken many forms. In Ocarina of Time, we see a Hyrule of clear boundaries and distinct regions, each home to one of the land's diverse peoples. Breath of the Wild, by contrast, presents a Hyrule reclaimed by wilderness, where the borders between regions have blurred and ancient ruins speak to civilizations long fallen. The geography serves as a metaphor for the state of the kingdom, orderly and prosperous in times of peace, fragmented and wild in eras of calamity. As the night deepens and consciousness gently ebbs, let us turn our attention to the physical world of Hyrule itself, a land that has taken many forms throughout the legend, yet maintains certain essential characteristics that make it immediately recognizable across incarnations. In the first path, known as the Downfall Timeline, Link is defeated by Ganondorf during their final battle. This leads to the Imprisoning War, where the Seven Sages seal Ganon in the Sacred Realm without the hero's help. This timeline continues through the events of A Link to the Past, the Oracle Games, Link's Awakening, A Link Between Worlds, and eventually the original The Legend of Zelda and Adventure of Link. And where does Breath of the Wild fit into this elaborate structure? Nintendo has been deliberately ambiguous, suggesting that it takes place so far in Hyrule's future that elements from all three timelines have somehow converged. This ambiguity invites us to consider how even separate streams of time might eventually find their way back to a common destination, like rivers flowing to the same ocean. At its heart, Hyrule is a land defined by its geography as much as by its history. Death Mountain, a towering volcanic peak, stands as a constant landmark across almost every version of the kingdom. Lake Hylia, with its clear waters and ancient secrets, forms another persistent feature. The Lost Woods, where paths shift and unwary travelers become lost in endless circles, guards its mysteries in game after game. These landmarks provide a sense of continuity, even as the details of the landscape change with each telling of the legend. Izora, aquatic beings who dwell in Hyrule's waterways, have one of the most fascinating evolutionary histories in the legend. In some tellings, they appear as fish-like humanoids of great beauty and grace, architects of stunning coral palaces, and guardians of water's flow throughout the kingdom. In others, particularly in the earlier chronology, they appear as hostile river creatures, and in the adult timeline, following the Great Flood, they seem to have evolved into the bird-like Rite, adapting to a world where the seas are too vast and dangerous to navigate by water. The Gorons, a race of rock-eating mountain dwellers, provide yet another perspective on Hyrule's diversity, resembling large boulders themselves, with the ability to curl up and roll at great speeds. The Gorons value strength, simplicity, and brotherhood. Their culture centers around tests of power and endurance, yet they are also known for their jovial nature and loyal friendship once their respect is earned. Hyrule is home to a remarkable diversity of peoples, each with their own culture and connection to the land. The Hylians, with their pointed ears, said to help them hear the messages of the gods, form the predominant culture and the royal line. They are the descendants of those who lived on the surface during the time of Goddess Hylia, and their bloodline carries forward traces of divinity. The Sheikah, shadow folk sworn to protect the royal family, move through Hyrule's history like ghosts themselves, present in times of greatest need, then fading back into obscurity. Their advanced technology, seen most prominently in Breath of the Wild, suggests a civilization whose knowledge far surpassed the medieval trappings of Hyrule, yet who chose to seal away their power after some ancient calamity. The Gerudo, a tribe of desert-dwelling women, maintain a complex relationship with the rest of Hyrule. Proud warriors and skilled thieves, They live by their own code of honor. By tradition, a single male is born to the Gerudo every 100 years, destined to become their king. It was from this tradition that Ganondorf emerged, though the Gerudo themselves are far more than simply the origin of Hyrule's greatest adversary. Their resilience in the harsh desert environment speaks to their strength as a people. The Kokiri and their later incarnations, the Koraks, represent yet another adaptation to Hyrule's changing circumstances, originally appearing as eternal children, living in the forests under the protection of the great Deku tree. They later transformed into small woodland spirits. When the forests flooded, their childlike perspective offers a counterpoint to the complex politics of the adult world, reminding us of the simple joy of existence. Beyond these major civilizations lie countless smaller cultures and isolated settlements, each with their own stories and connections to Hyrule's greater legend. The bird-like Rito of Dragon Roost Island maintain the postal system that connects the scattered islands of the Wind Waker's flooded world, their ability to soar above the waves, making them essential mediators between isolated communities. Their society centers around proving one's worth through trials of flight, earning the right to inherit the scales of the sky spirit Valu that enable their wings to fully develop. Together, these peoples and countless others form a tapestry of interconnected lives across Hyrule's history, each thread essential to the whole. Their distinct adaptations to Hyrule's varied environments, from scorching deserts to frigid mountains, from shallow seas to the very sky itself, illustrate how the land shapes its inhabitants, while simultaneously being shaped by them. In this reflection of our own world's biodiversity and cultural tapestry, we find one of Zelda's most profound themes, that diversity itself is a form of strength, with each unique perspective contributing to the resilience of the whole. What makes this diverse world so compelling is how it changes yet remains familiar across thousands of years of in-world history. Civilizations rise and fall, geography shifts, peoples evolve or migrate, yet certain essential truths remain. This reflects our own world's history, how empires come and go, how cultures transform over centuries, yet human nature and our relationship to the land continue along recognizable patterns. The shadow beings of the Twilight Realm exist as counterparts to Hyrule's people, not inherently evil, but transformed by generations of existence in a world of perpetual dusk. Their bodies, a strange fusion of ethereal darkness and tangible matter, decorated with glowing teal patterns, reflect their nature as beings caught between states of existence, once banished by the light spirits for their ambition to control the sacred realm. They developed their own civilization with technology and architecture that reflects their liminal status, neither fully material nor purely spiritual. The ancient Sonai, whose ruins pepper the landscape of Breath of the Wild, remain perhaps the most enigmatic of Hyrule's lost civilizations. Their massive stone constructions, adorned with imagery of dragons, owls, and boars, hint at a sophisticated understanding of the primal forces that shaped Hyrule. The labyrinthine structures they left behind guard powerful artifacts, suggesting a society that harnessed energies the modern inhabitants of Hyrule barely comprehend. Their sudden disappearance from history raises questions about cycles of knowledge gained and lost throughout Hyrule's long chronology. Even the humble Kikuya Ferron Woods, plant-animal hybrids, whose defensive mechanism involves disguising themselves as bushies, contribute to our understanding of Hyrule's diverse evolutionary paths. Their timid nature and communal structure, centered around an elder, suggests how different adaptations to Hyrule's magical environment have produced not just physical diversity but cultural diversity as well. What makes this diverse world so compelling is how it changes yet remains familiar across thousands of years of in-world history. Civilizations rise and fall, geography shifts, peoples evolve or migrate, yet certain essential truths remain. This reflects our own world's history, how empires come and go, how cultures transform over centuries, yet human nature and our relationship to the land continue along recognizable patterns. The amphibious Perala, seen only in Skyward Sword's ancient past, guard the secrets of the water dragon Faran. Their translucent bodies, reminiscent of jellyfish with humanoid features, suggest an evolutionary link to the later Zora, though this connection remains one of the many mysteries of Hyrule's biological history. Their cautious nature and devotion to their deity offers a glimpse into how early civilizations formed around the protection offered by the land's divine guardians. Beyond these major civilizations lie countless smaller cultures and isolated settlements, each with their own stories and connections to Hyrule's greater legend. From the bird-like Rito to the amphibious Perella, from the Mateniki adept Minish to the shadow beings of the Twilight Realm, Hyrule is a tapestry of interconnected lives, each thread essential to the whole. The Minish, or Picori, as they're known to Hellions, represent one of Hyrule's most fascinating hidden societies, standing barely taller than a blade of grass. These diminutive beings live alongside Hellions unseen, leaving behind the rupees and items that Link often discovers in his adventures. Their connection to children, visible only to the pure of heart, speaks to themes of lost innocence and the unseen magic that exists in everyday life. Their mechanical aptitude, particularly in the Minish Cap, reveals how even the smallest beings can influence the course of Hyrule's history. These legends have endured not merely as entertainment, but as explorations of themes that resonate deeply with the human experience. The Legend of Zelda asks us to consider the nature of courage in the face of overwhelming darkness. It invites us to reflect on how wisdom might guide us when strength alone is insufficient. It questions the purpose of power and the responsibility that comes with it. Most of all, it reminds us that even in a world where the same conflicts seem to repeat across ages, where destiny appears fixed and unchangeable, individual choices still matter. Each incarnation of the hero, the princess, and the demon king brings something new to the eternal story. Each has the opportunity, however small, to break the cycle or to fulfill it in unexpected ways. Chapter 2. The Core Themes of Zelda, Part 1. As we drift deeper into the mysteries of Hyrule, let us turn our thoughts to the fundamental forces that have shaped this realm across countless ages. At the heart of the Legend of Zelda lies a sacred artifact of immeasurable power, 3 golden triangles joined as one, a relic left behind by divine hands. The Triforce stands as both the physical and metaphorical center of Hyrule's existence, its 3 aspects representing the essential qualities that maintain balance in this world and our own. The Triforce did not emerge from simple game design, but rather from a profound understanding of how opposing yet complementary forces create harmony. This concept echoes throughout human philosophy, from Eastern traditions of yin and yang to Western triadic structures found in countless mythologies. The triangle itself represents one of the most stable geometric forms, its 3 points working in perfect equilibrium to create a whole greater than its parts. In the ancient histories of Hyrule, the Triforce is described as residing originally in the sacred realm, a place between dimensions where the influence of the golden goddesses remained most pure. Unlike other magical artifacts in Hyrule, the Triforce itself possesses no consciousness or moral alignment. It responds only to the heart of its wielder, amplifying their innermost nature. rather than imposing any divine will of its own. This neutrality makes it both precious and dangerous. It grants wishes without judgment, magnifying both virtues and flaws within the one who touches it. The physical appearance of the Triforce itself speaks to its mystical significance. 3 perfect triangles arranged to create a larger triangle with an empty triangular space in the center. This geometric pattern appears throughout sacred architecture across human cultures. The equilateral triangle represents stability and proportion. The number 3 suggests completion through diversity. The empty center implies that even divine power contains space for human agency. At its core, the golden color connects it to solar symbolism, to ideas of incorruptibility and eternal truth. The Triforce of Power glows with a fierce golden light, embodying the capacity to effect change, to exert one's will upon the world. Power itself is neither virtuous nor corrupt. It is a raw force that antifies the nature of its wielder. Throughout Hyrule's history, the Triforce of Power has most often found its way to Ganondorf, drawn perhaps by his overwhelming ambition and unwavering resolve. In his hands, power manifests as dominion over monsters, the ability to transform landscapes into reflections of his will, and resilience that borders on immortality. His fortresses rise from barren ground, his armies multiply across the land, and even when defeated, his essence persists across the ages. The manifestations of this power take different forms throughout the series, each revealing another facet of what raw power truly means. In Ocarina of Time, Ganondorf's power transforms him from a mortal Gerudo into the beast-like Ganon, a physical metamorphosis that reveals the monstrous potential within unchecked strength. His castle floats above a lake of lava, defying the natural laws of gravity through sheer force of will. In Twilight Princess, his power allows him to survive an execution, the wound from the sage's blade glowing with unnatural light as he breaks free from his chains and claims a sage's life. In Wind Waker, his power persists even after being sealed beneath the ocean for centuries, eventually allowing him to reach across dimensions to manifest in the world above. The Triforce of Power grants not just physical strength, but also forms of sorcery that bend reality itself. Ganondorf calls down lightning in his battles, summons phantoms bearing his likeness, creates barriers that normal weapons cannot penetrate. Yet this power isolates as much as it empowers. Throughout the series, Ganondorf stands apart, either worshipped from afar or feared by his minions, but never truly known or understood by others. His power creates distance between himself and others, a chasm of understanding that grows wider with each manifestation of his dominance. Yet power itself is not inherently malevolent. In the hands of the gods, power created the very land of Hyrule mountains. Rose, rivers carved their paths, and life itself took form through divine power, properly applied. The golden goddesses themselves embody different aspects of power. Din's strength shaped the red earth, while Naira's authority established natural laws, and Faro's energy breathed life into beings that would uphold these laws. We see benevolent expressions of power throughout Hyrule as well. The Great Deku Tree's power nurtures and protects the Kokiri forest, creating a sanctuary where children might live in safety. The Zora's sapphire contains power over water currents, allowing them to regulate the flow of Hyrule's lakes and rivers for the benefit of all. The light spirits who guard the provinces in Twilight Princess use their power to maintain boundaries between realms, preventing chaos from overwhelming order. Consider the many forms power takes across the series. Physical strength allows the Gorons to shape stone with their bare hands, rolling the minerals they consume into perfect spheres that serve as both food and building materials. Their contests of strength serve communal purposes, determining leadership positions through demonstrations of the power necessary to protect their tribe, rather than through political machinations or inherited privilege. The emblematic hero, the Runia, in Ocarina of Time, connects his physical power directly to his love for his people, drawing strength from emotional bonds rather than from domination. Magical prowess gives the Gerudo mastery over the desert's elements. The witches Kume and Kotake control fire and ice, bending these opposing forces to their will and even combining them to amplify their capabilities. Yet this same magical strength also binds the Gerudo to their harsh environment, their power specialized for survival in a landscape that would destroy less adaptive peoples. Their magical talents reflect ecological truths. Power develops in response to necessity, specialized to address specific environmental challenges. Technological advancement enabled the ancient Shaika to harness energies that seem miraculous. Even thousands of years later, their power took the form of knowledge and innovation, creating the divine beasts that could channel elemental forces at scales beyond individual capability. The ancient arrows that can temporarily erase matter from existence. The Shaika slate that manipulates fundamental physical properties. These represent power through understanding rather than through force. Yet the Shaika themselves came to fear their own technological power, recognizing that innovation without wisdom leads to self-destruction, and buried much of their knowledge beneath the earth. The sword that seals the darkness, the Master Sword itself, contains tremendous power, yet channels it specifically against forces of malice. It judges the worthiness of its wielder, awakening its full potential only in the hands of one who has proven their character through trials of courage and wisdom. Its power is contextual and refined, discerning rather than overwhelming, focused rather than expansive. It represents power that has been tempered through purpose and intention, through connection to something greater than mere dominance. What distinguishes righteous use of power from its corruption lies not in the force itself, but in the intent and wisdom that guide it. Power without foresight becomes destruction. Power without compassion becomes tyranny. Power without restraint becomes chaos. Ganondorf's tragedy stems not from his possession of power, but from his inability to balance it with wisdom and courage, his relentless pursuit of dominion without consideration for harmony. The Triforce of Wisdom shimmers with a more subtle light, representing understanding that reaches beyond mere knowledge. Wisdom encompasses insight, foresight, and the ability to perceive patterns invisible to others. Where knowledge collects facts, wisdom discerns their meaning. Where knowledge recalls the past, wisdom applies its lessons to the present. Where knowledge identifies problems, wisdom envisions solutions. Throughout Hyrule's history, this aspect of the Triforce has been protected by the royal bloodline, most often by Princess Zelda herself. This connection between the royal family and wisdom has deep historical roots within Hyrule's mythology. The royal bloodline descends directly from the goddess Hytia, who sacrificed her divine form to be reborn as a mortal in order to use the Triforce, something the gods themselves could not do. This willing descent from divinity to humanity represents wisdom's fundamental nature, the understanding that limitation itself can become a form of power, that vulnerability sometimes accomplishes what invulnerability cannot. The royal crest of Hyrule depicts the Triforce suspended above a great bird with outstretched wings, the sacred loft wing that symbolizes the connection between earth and sky, between mortal and divine realms. This imagery suggests wisdom's role as mediator between different states of being, different realms of existence. Wisdom bridges gaps that neither courage nor power can cross alone. It creates connections where division might otherwise prevail. Zelda's wisdom manifests in various forms across her incarnations. In Ocarina of Time, as a child, she foresees Ganondorf's treachery before any adult recognizes the threat, demonstrating wisdom's connection to intuition and perception beyond logical reasoning. Her disguise as Sheik during the 7 years of Ganondorf's reign shows wisdom's adaptability, knowing when visibility serves purpose and when shadow provides necessary protection. Her decision to send Link back to his childhood after their victory reveals wisdom's compassion, recognizing that triumph achieved at the cost of another's happiness becomes hollow. In Twilight Princess, her wisdom appears as selfless judgment, surrendering her kingdom rather than risking her people in a battle they cannot win. She recognizes when resistance would lead to greater suffering, when apparent defeat serves a larger purpose. Her willingness to merge her life force with Midna to save the Twilight Princess demonstrates wisdom's understanding that preservation of self must sometimes yield to preservation of balance between realms. In Wind Waker, wisdom manifests as Tetra's strategic thinking and leadership of her pirate crew. Even before she understands her true identity, she navigates the Great Sea with both practical knowledge of currents and winds and intuitive understanding of human nature, commanding loyalty through respect rather than fear. When she later accepts her role as Princess Zelda, she integrates these practical experiences with her spiritual heritage, demonstrating wisdom's synthesis of different types of understanding. In Breath of the Wild, her wisdom takes the form of scholarly dedication, studying ancient technology in hopes of preventing a prophesied calamity. Her research into Sheikah artifacts represents wisdom's recognition that the past contains solutions to present challenges, that what appears to be lost may simply be forgotten. Her century-long containment of Calamity Ganon within Hyrule Castle demonstrates wisdom's patience, understanding that some battles cannot be won immediately, but must be sustained until the proper moment for resolution arrives. This wisdom extends beyond tactical decisions to a deeper understanding of balance. Zelda often serves as the mediating force between courage and power, recognizing that neither can exist in isolation. She understands that light cannot eliminate shadow, only exist in dynamic relationship with it. She perceives the cyclical nature of Hyrule's conflicts and seeks not just temporary victory, but sustainable harmony. The royal family's connection to wisdom manifests physically in their pointed ears, said to allow them to hear the whispers of the gods. This symbolic connection between wisdom and listening speaks to wisdom's receptive nature, not merely imposing one's understanding upon the world, but remaining open to guidance, to multiple perspectives, to truths that may challenge one's preconceptions. Throughout Hyrule's history, this receptive wisdom has taken physical form in various artifacts. The goddess harp in Skyward Sword represents wisdom through harmony, creating resonance between different elements to unlock new possibilities. The Ocarina of Time itself embodies wisdom as temporal understanding, recognizing that time is not merely linear progression, but a complex fabric that can be navigated through insight. The light arrows that often serve as Zelda's weapon represent wisdom as illumination, piercing darkness, not through brute force, but through clarity and revelation. Like power, wisdom carries its own potential for imbalance. Wisdom divorced from action becomes mere contemplation. Wisdom without courage can lead to paralysis through analysis. Wisdom that cannot access power remains unable to implement its insights. We see this tension in Zelda's character throughout the series, her wisdom allowing her to perceive threats, but often requiring Link's courage to confront them directly. The Sheikah tribe, long associated with the shadows of wisdom, withdrew their most advanced technologies after recognizing that wisdom without proper restraint could lead to devastation. The Triforce of Courage pulses with steady radiance, embodying the spirit that allows one to confront fear and uncertainty. Courage differs fundamentally from fearlessness. It is not the absence of doubt, but the willingness to act despite it. Throughout Hyrule's history, this aspect of the Triforce has manifested through Link, whose outward appearance rarely suggests heroism until his actions reveal his true nature. The very origin of courage within Hyrule's cosmology speaks to its essential character. When the goddess Fari created living beings to uphold the law, she imbued them with the potential for courage, not as a divine gift bestowed from above, but as an intrinsic quality that emerges from within when circumstances demand it. This subtle distinction reveals courage as fundamentally democratic, available to any heart that chooses to embrace it, rather than restricted to those of special bloodline or exceptional talent. The color associated with courage, green, reflects this natural, grounded quality. Green represents growth, renewal, and vitality in virtually all human cultures. Link's traditional green tunic connects him symbolically to forests, to new life emerging, to the cycles of nature that persist despite seasonal deaths. This chromatic association suggests that courage itself is a natural force rather than a supernatural one, not a divine spark separate from ordinary existence, but a quality that emerges from the fundamentally miraculous nature of life itself. Link's courage takes numerous forms across his incarnations. In Ocarina of Time, as a child thrust into an adult's role, his courage appears as perseverance in the face of overwhelming odds. When he draws the Master Sword and awakens 7 years later, he must navigate a world transformed almost beyond recognition, where familiar places have become dangerous and former friends may not remember him. His courage manifests as adaptability, as the willingness to orient himself in a world where the rules have changed completely. The Water Temple, with its shifting water levels and disorienting identical chambers, serves as a physical metaphor for this challenge. Courage finds a way forward even when the path constantly changes. In Majora's Mask, navigating a world literally counting down to destruction, his courage becomes the determination to try again after each failure, resetting the clock, but carrying forward the wisdom gained from previous attempts. The 3-day cycle creates a situation where complete success is impossible in a single attempt. Courage here means accepting partial victories, understanding that progress often comes incrementally rather than all at once. When Link plays the Elegy of Emptiness, leaving behind empty shells that maintain his appearance, we see courage's ability to leave parts of oneself behind while still moving forward, a physical manifestation of how growth requires letting go. In Wind Waker, sailing a seemingly endless ocean in a humble boat, his courage manifests as the willingness to venture into the unknown, to leave behind the familiar in search of something greater. The vast empty expanses between islands represent the psychological space between certainties, the void that courage must traverse without guarantee of what lies beyond. The changing winds that Link must adapt with the Wind Waker baton symbolize courage's relationship with forces beyond control, not struggling against them futilely, but learning to work with them to chart one's course. In Twilight Princess, courage appears as Link's acceptance of his dual nature, as both human and wolf. Rather than fearing his transformation or seeing it as a curse to be eliminated, he integrates this other self, recognizing that what seems monstrous might contain its own wisdom and power. His partnership with Midna represents courage's willingness to trust across boundaries of understanding, to build alliances with the unfamiliar rather than retreating to the safety of the known. In Breath of the Wild, waking with amnesia in a ruined world, Link's courage manifests as the willingness to rebuild identity from fragments, to move forward without the security of knowing his own past. The open world design of this game, with its lack of prescribed paths, reflects courage's improvisational nature, the ability to write one's own story rather than following a predetermined script. The breakable weapons that shatter after use represent courage's understanding that nothing lasts forever, that attachment to particular tools or methods creates vulnerability rather than strength. This courage extends beyond battlefield bravery. Link enters ancient temples where none have returned, faces creatures of nightmare made flesh, and stands against divine power corrupted. Yet his most profound acts of courage often involve confronting emotional and spiritual challenges. He travels through time, leaving behind everyone he knows. He accepts transformation into other forms, his very identity becoming fluid. He repeatedly awakens in worlds changed or unfamiliar, required to redefine his understanding of himself and his purpose. The musical instruments that Link uses throughout the series, the ocarina, the Wind Waker, the harp, the wolf howl, represent courage's voice, finding expression in different forms. Unable or unwilling to speak with words, Link nevertheless communicates through these instruments, calling forth responses from the world around him. This musical expression suggests that courage often speaks most clearly through action rather than declaration, through harmonizing with existing patterns rather than imposing its own narrative. The symbol often associated with courage in this series, a green figure holding a sword high, speaks to courage's active nature, where wisdom observes and power shapes. Courage advances. It is the catalyzing force that transforms potential into kinetic action. In ecological terms, courage represents adaptation and growth. The forest child surviving in a world of adults, the island dweller becoming a seafaring hero, the amnesiac warrior reconstructing his purpose from fragments of memory. Throughout the series, we also witness courage in figures beyond Link himself. Saria remains in the forest temple despite knowing the dangers, fulfilling her role as sage of forest, even at personal cost. Darmani's ghost, in Majora's Mask, regrets only that his courage failed to save his people, not that it led to his own demise.
Mikai uses his final strength to reach shore and pass his legacy to Link. Prince Cyan in Breath of the Wild maintains optimism and determination despite the century-long rain threatening his people. These examples remind us that courage, while embodied prominently in the hero, exists as a potential in all hearts.
Like the other aspects of the Triforce, courage alone can become unbalanced. Courage without wisdom becomes recklessness. Courage without directed power becomes ineffectual struggle. Courage that never rests becomes restless wandering. Throughout the series, Link must repeatedly temper his courage with discernment, learning when to fight, when to seek another path, and when to wait for the proper moment. The three aspects of the Triforce power, wisdom and courage, exist in eternal conversation with one another across these cycles of reincarnation. Each complements and balances the others, together forming a perfect whole. When properly aligned, this philosophical foundation extends beyond mere game mechanics to offer a profound meditation on balance in all aspects of existence. When Ganondorf obtained the Triforce in Ocarina of Time, his heart's imbalance caused the artifact to split into its three components, with only power remaining in his grasp. This mythic moment illustrates a fundamental truth. One cannot truly possess all three aspects without internal harmony. The Triforce does not merely test external worthiness, but reflects internal integration. Only one whose heart contains balanced measures of power, wisdom, and courage can maintain the Triforce in its complete form. This fragmentation mirrors psychological concepts of internal division, where aspects of self become separated rather than working in harmony. The split Triforce requires three separate individuals to embody its qualities, suggesting that when integration fails within a single consciousness, these attributes seek expression through multiple beings. The subsequent quest to reunite these fragments metaphorically represents the journey towards psychological wholeness, toward reintegrating aspects of self that have become alienated from one another. Consider how this triadic balance appears in effective leadership. Power provides the authority and resources to act. Wisdom offers the discernment to choose appropriate actions. Courage supplies the will to implement difficult decisions despite uncertainty. Consider how it appears in personal growth. Power represents our capabilities. Wisdom represents our understanding of how to apply them. Courage represents our willingness to risk failure in their application. The Triforce serves as both literal artifact within the game world and metaphorical framework for understanding balanced development in our own lives. The symbolic importance of three appears throughout the series. Three spiritual stones unlock the door of time. In Ocarina of Time, three goddesses created the world. According to Hyrule's cosmology, three pendants are needed to claim the Master Sword in A Link to the Past. Three sacred flames forge the Master Sword in Skyward Sword. This pattern suggests that completion requires diversity, that unity emerges from the balanced integration of distinct elements rather than from homogeneity. Even the 3-day cycle of Majora's Mask reflects this triadic structure. The first day establishes context, the second develops complications, and the third brings resolution. The three transformation masks that grant new forms, Deku, Goron, and Zora, offer distinct capabilities that together provide a more complete range of interaction with the world than any single form could achieve. The three pieces of the fused Shadow and Twilight Princess must be reunited to access their full potential, just as fragmented aspects of self must be reintegrated for wholeness. The cycle of reincarnation that defines the Legend of Zelda speaks to the eternal relationship between these three forces. Link, Zelda, and Ganon appear across millennia in different forms, but with their essential natures intact. Courage, wisdom, and power engaged in a cosmic dance of balance and imbalance. When harmony exists between these forces, Hyrule experiences golden ages of prosperity. When one dominates or falters, conflict and decline follow. As we contemplate the eternal dance of these three forces, let us turn our attention to another fundamental theme of the Legend of Zelda, the concept of duality and the parallel worlds that mirror Hyrule's existence. Throughout the series, Hyrule rarely exists in isolation. Instead, it is reflected, shadowed, or complemented by other realms that reveal different aspects of its nature. This duality takes its most literal form in A Link to the Past, where the sacred realm, once a golden land of divine beauty, becomes twisted into the dark world through Ganon's corrupting influence. When Link first enters this shadowed mirror of Hyrule, he finds himself transformed into a pink rabbit, a physical manifestation of his perceived helplessness in this new realm. Only through the Moon Pearl can he maintain his true form, suggesting that self-knowledge serves as protection against external corrupting influences. The Dark World functions as more than merely a setting for adventure. It is a psychological landscape where one's inner nature takes physical form. Those with corruption in their hearts become monsters. The greedy become twisted beasts. The arrogant become misshapen creatures, reflective of their spiritual distortions. This concept draws from Jungian psychology and its notion of the shadow self, the aspects of our nature that we repress or deny. given form in another world. By traveling between light and dark worlds, Link engages in a form of integration, acknowledging both aspects of reality, rather than residing exclusively in either. In Ocarina of Time, duality appears through the passage of time itself. Child Link and adult Link exist in the same physical Hyrule, separated by 7 years. Yet these temporal versions differ so dramatically that they might as well be parallel dimensions. The carefree marketplace of childhood becomes a ruined landscape inhabited by the dead. The verdant Kokiri forest grows wild with monsters. Sora's domain freezes into static ice. This temporal duality speaks to the inevitable transformations wrought by time, how places and people change, often in ways we could never predict, and how our perception of them changes as we ourselves grow and develop. In Majora's Mask, Link finds himself in Termina, a land that mirrors Hyrule, but exists as if in a parallel dimension, caught in the shadow of impending doom. This world presents perhaps the most psychologically complex duality in the series, a dreamlike landscape where time loops endlessly, and familiar faces appear in unfamiliar roles. The name Termina itself suggests both terminus, an endpoint or boundary, and termination, an ending. This is a world defined by its limitations, by the finite nature of existence itself. Here, the familiar becomes uncanny. We recognize faces and patterns from Hyrule, but in contexts that transform their meaning. Angie and Kafei's quest for reunion before the world's end speaks to love persisting even in the face of doom. The Deku butler's grief over his missing son reveals how life continues seeking resolution even when time itself has become distorted. The Happy Mask salesman's unsettling omniscience suggests forces watching from beyond normal perception. Each character Link encounters seems to represent an aspect of processing grief, loss, and acceptance. The moon in Termina literally bears a face, a grimacing countenance of pain that grows larger in the sky. With each passing hour, this personification of cosmic destruction transforms an abstract threat into something almost intimate, as though the very fabric of reality has become emotionally wounded. The moon's tears that fall to earth further this imagery, suggesting that destruction itself can emerge from unresolved sorrow rather than from malice. When Link finally enters the moon, he finds not darkness, but a peaceful field with a single tree, children playing, suggesting that beyond even apocalypse lies the possibility of renewal. The masks Link collects and wears in Termina represent different approaches to mortality and identity. The transformation masks literally change his physical form, allowing him to inhabit other bodies and experience their particular limitations and capabilities. The Deku mask restricts him to fragile plant form that burns easily but can skip across water. The Goron mask grants tremendous strength but makes him vulnerable to water and heat. The Zora mask provides aquatic grace, but sensitivity to electricity. Through these transformations, Link experiences directly how different embodiments create different relationships with the world, a profound meditation on perspective and empathy. Other masks grant more subtle effects, allowing Link to read thoughts, to move unseen, to bring comfort to the suffering. The couple's mask represents the witnessing of commitment even in the face of the world's end. The all-night mask speaks to the determination to remain conscious despite the temptation of sleep or denial. The fierce deity's mask suggests that confronting darkness sometimes requires embracing one's own potential for destruction. Together, these masks form a complex system of metaphors for how we face mortality and uncertainty, through transformation, through witness, through compassionate presence, through embracing our full nature. The 3-day cycle itself functions as a meditation on impermanence and persistence. Actions completed in one cycle often leave some trace in the next. A healed soul remains healed. A collected mask remains in inventory, while other changes reset completely. This selective continuity mirrors our own relationship with time, where certain actions create lasting impact, while others fade without trace. The ability to slow time with the inverted song of time represents our human desire to delay the inevitable. The song of double time reflects our occasional wish to hasten through difficult periods. Together they form a musical exploration of our complex relationship with temporal existence. Termina's geographical structure radiates from Clock Town. At its center, a bastion of civilization surrounded by 4 distinct regions representing different elemental and emotional states. The poisoned swamp of Woodfall reflects denial and corruption, where truth has become obscured and nature itself has turned toxic. The winter-locked mountain of Snowhead embodies the paralysis of grief, where forward movement seems impossible and warmth has become a distant memory. The storm-racked Great Bay represents the churning uncertainty of bargaining, where clear vision becomes impossible amid turbulent emotions. The hollow emptiness of Ikana Canyon manifests depression itself, a kingdom of the dead, where life's meaning has been lost entirely. By healing each region, Link enacts a journey through the stages of grief, a psychological voyage as significant as his physical one. The cleansed swamp allows for clear sight again. The thawed mountain permits renewed movement. The calmed waters enable proper perspective. The redeemed canyon restores meaning to existence. This progression suggests that facing apocalypse, whether personal or collective, requires addressing each emotional stage rather than bypassing it. That healing comes through engagement rather than avoidance. This world explores grief, acceptance, and the passage of time in ways that complement, yet contrast with Hyrule's focus on ancient legends and destinies. Where Hyrule's conflicts often span millennia, Termina's entire existence unfolds within 3 repeating days. Where Hyrule concerns itself with grand questions of cosmic balance, Termina focuses on intimate moments of human connection in the face of doom. Where Hyrule's hero fulfills prophecies established generations before his birth, Termina's hero creates his own meaning through spontaneous acts of compassion rather than predetermined roles. The Twilight Realm of Twilight Princess represents yet another form of duality, a world of perpetual dusk, neither fully light nor completely dark, inhabited by beings banished from Hyrule long ago. The visual aesthetic of this realm evokes the liminal space between states. Black rectangular particles float upward like ash from a dying fire, suggesting matter itself breaking down and reconstituting. Strange luminescent patterns adorn both architecture and inhabitants, creating a written language of light against shadow. The sky exists in permanent sunset, that transitional moment when day surrenders to night. The history of this realm speaks to how duality often emerges from judgment and division. According to the light spirit Lanaril, those with powerful magic once tried to establish dominion over the sacred realm where the Triforce resided. The gods intervened, banishing these interlopers to another dimension entirely, sealing away their powerful artifacts like the fused shadow. This exile created not just geographical separation but ontological difference over generations. The banished people evolved into the Trolli, their forms adapting to their twilight environment until they became beings of neither pure light nor complete darkness. Midnight, the deposed Twilight Princess, embodies this duality in her very form. Cursed into an impish shape by Zant, she exists between states, neither her true regal self, nor completely transformed. Her fragmented helmet, revealed to be part of the fused shadow, suggests identity constructed from broken pieces of history. Her initial bitterness and manipulation of Link gradually transform into partnership and eventually self-sacrifice, demonstrating how beings can contain contradictory impulses that evolve through relationship and experience. Zant, the usurper king who serves as the secondary antagonist, represents what happens when duality becomes imbalance rather than integration. His serene exterior masks chaotic rage. His ceremonial movements can instantly transform into frenzied contortions. His borrowed power from Ganondorf creates an illusion of authority that collapses when challenged at its core. His bizarre, unsettling behavior during the final confrontation reveals what happens when a being cannot reconcile contradictory aspects of self-fragmentation rather than wholeness. Link's wolf transformation itself embodies duality of being, unlike the mask transformations in Majora's Mask. This change initially happens against his will, representing how aspects of our nature sometimes emerge through circumstance rather than choice. The wolf represents instinct, sensory awareness, and connection to nature that Link's human form lacks. He can sense smells as visible trails, communicate with animals, and dig into earth with natural ease. Yet this form also brings limitations in ability to use tools, to open doors, to be recognized as anything but a dangerous beast by most humans. Through these dualities of worlds, of identities, of time periods, the Legend of Zelda invites us to consider the multifaceted nature of existence itself. Nothing is precisely as it first appears. Everything contains its opposite or complement within it. Light and shadow, past and present, civilization and wilderness, divine and mortal. These apparent opposites reveal themselves as interconnected aspects of a more complex whole. The recognition and integration of these dualities forms a central part of the hero's journey in each game. These explorations of duality reflect the Japanese concept of yin-yang, equivalent to Chinese yin-yang, where opposing forces are seen not as enemies to be reconciled, but as complementary aspects of a natural whole. This perspective offers a more nuanced understanding than Western dualism, which often frames opposites as being in conflict. In The Legend of Zelda, light does not eradicate shadow, courage does not eliminate fear, wisdom does not end mystery. Instead, these forces exist in dynamic relationship, each defined by and giving meaning to the other. What makes this diverse world so compelling is how it changes yet remains familiar across thousands of years of in-world history. Civilizations rise and fall, geography shifts, peoples evolve or migrate, yet certain essential truths remain. This continuity amid change reflects our own world's history, how empires come and go, how cultures transform over centuries, yet human nature and our relationship to the land continue along recognizable patterns. These legends have endured not merely as entertainment, but as explorations of themes that resonate deeply with the human experience. The Legend of Zelda asks us to consider the nature of courage in the face of overwhelming darkness, not as abstract heroism, but as the quiet resolve to take one more step when the path ahead is shrouded in uncertainty. It invites us to reflect on how wisdom might guide us when strength alone is insufficient, how understanding often requires seeing beyond surface appearances to the connections underlying seemingly separate phenomena. It questions the purpose of power and the responsibility that comes with it, suggesting that true strength lies not in domination, but in protection and nurturing growth. Most of all, It reminds us that even in a world where the same conflicts seem to repeat across ages, where destiny appears fixed and unchangeable, individual choices still matter. Each incarnation of the hero, the princess, and the demon king brings something new to the eternal story. Each has the opportunity, however small, to break the cycle or to fulfill it in unexpected ways. The Wind Waker's king of Hyrule uses the Triforce not to restore his kingdom, but to give the children of the future a clean slate, free from the burdens of the past. Breath of the Wild Zelda awakens her sealing power, not through disciplined ritual, but through spontaneous compassion. When Link falls in battle, these moments of choice within seemingly predetermined patterns offer hope that we too might find agency within the cycles we inherit. Cultural, environmental, psychological, we may be born into circumstances not of our making, shaped by histories we did not write, yet within these constraints lies the freedom to respond in ways uniquely our own, to bring new variations to ancient themes. The Legend of Zelda, with its interweaving of fate and freedom, of cycles and innovations, of shadow and light, continues to resonate, because it reflects life's fundamental paradoxes without attempting to resolve them into simple answers. It acknowledges the darkness inherent in existence, while affirming the light that pushes back against it. It recognizes that endings lead to new beginnings, that destruction contains the seeds of creation, that even the most ancient evils can be met with fresh courage. In these ways, the legend becomes more than mere. Chapter 3: The Official Zelda Timeline. As the boundaries between waking and dreaming grow less distinct, let us turn our attention to one of the most fascinating aspects of The Legend of Zelda, its complex, branching timeline. Few fictional universes have inspired as much discussion, debate, and careful analysis as the chronology of Hyrule. For many years, players pieced together connections between games, searching for clues that might reveal how these disparate adventures related to one another across the vast expanse of mythic time. The quest to understand Zelda's timeline became something of a collective scholarly pursuit among fans. They noted the appearance of the same locations across different games, tracked the evolution of races like the Zora, compared creation myths and historical references mentioned by in-game characters, and scrutinized family trees and royal lineages for hints of connection. Ancient Hylian text was painstakingly translated, architectural styles were compared across games, and musical themes were analyzed for recurring motifs that might suggest continuity. This community effort resembled archaeological work, piecing together fragments of a lost history, comparing interpretations, debating the significance of newly discovered evidence. This ambiguity was not accidental. Shigeru Miyamoto and his team initially focused on creating compelling individual adventures, rather than fitting each new game into a predetermined continuity. In early interviews, Miyamoto compared the Zelda series to the Legend of Robin Hood or King Arthur stories, with a recognizable central figure and common elements, but numerous variations in the telling. Each Zelda title was meant to be a new telling of an ancient legend, variations on a theme rather than direct sequels. The recurring elements: a hero named Link, a princess named Zelda, a threat to the kingdom, were intended as familiar touchstones rather than indicators of strict chronological sequence. When asked about the official timeline in early interviews, Miyamoto often responded with gentle deflection or playful ambiguity. "It's a secret to everybody," he might say, echoing the words of a helpful moblin from the original game. Other times he suggested that players themselves should determine how the games connected, that their interpretations were as valid as any official declaration. This openness allowed the community to engage in meaning-making rather than simply consuming an established narrative, creating a dynamic relationship between creator and audience, unusual in the often rigidly controlled world of commercial entertainment. This approach reflected traditional storytelling across human cultures, how myths evolve through retelling, how legends change details while preserving essential truths, how sacred stories exist in multiple valid versions simultaneously. The ancient Greek myths of Persephone contained variations where she willingly eats the pomegranate seeds, and others where she is tricked. The Norse tales of Thor sometimes describe him as red-haired and bearded, other times as fair. The Japanese accounts of Amaterasu's retreat into the cave vary in how she is lured back into the world. These variations don't invalidate the myths, but enrich them, offering different perspectives on their central truths, allowing them to address different aspects of human experience through the same symbolic framework. Yet, as the series grew in complexity, patterns began to emerge. Connections formed between games, and fans began to piece together possible timelines. Certain games explicitly established themselves as sequels. Majora's Mask begins directly after Ocarina of Time, with Link riding through the Lost Woods searching for Navi, his fairy companion from the previous adventure. The game's instruction manual explicitly states, this is the sequel to The Legend of Zelda, Ocarina of Time. Similarly, Phantom Hourglass opens with an illustrated summary of the Wind Waker's conclusion, establishing clear chronological sequence. The Legend of Zelda, The Wind Waker, created particularly strong timeline implications through its narrative foundation. Its opening sequence directly references the events of Ocarina of Time as ancient history. This is but one of the legends of which the people speak. Long ago, there existed a kingdom where a golden power lay hidden. It was a prosperous land, blessed with green forests, tall mountains, and peace. But one day, a man of great evil found the golden power and took it for himself. With its strength at his command, he spread darkness across the kingdom. But then, when all hope had died, and the hour of doom seemed at hand, a young boy clothed in green appeared as if from nowhere. Wielding the blade of evil's bane, he sealed the Dark One away and gave the land light. This boy, who traveled through time to save the land, was known as the Hero of Time. The boy's tale was passed down through generations until it became legend. This explicit reference to time travel, the Hero of Time, and the sealing of the Dark One unambiguously connected Wind Waker to Ocarina of Time's conclusion. However, it also raised questions. Wind Waker's introduction goes on to explain that when evil returned to the land, the hero did not appear, leading the people to pray to the gods, who ultimately flooded Hyrule. This apparent contradiction, how could the Hero of Time not appear when he had successfully defeated Ganon in Ocarina of Time, suggested potential timeline branches rather than a single linear progression. Other connections remained more oblique, implied rather than stated, suggested through recurring locations or subtle references to past events. A link to the past's instruction manual described a sealing war where 7 sages imprisoned the King of Thieves after he obtained the Triforce. Yet this event wasn't shown directly in any game until Ocarina of Time appeared to depict this very conflict, though with enough differences to raise questions about whether they were truly the same event or parallel versions. The presence of the Master Sword in various states, sometimes hidden in the Lost Woods, sometimes in a Temple of Time, sometimes in a sacred grove, created both connections and contradictions when attempting to construct a single timeline. The most significant shift came in 2011 with the publication of Hyrule Historia, an official compendium that revealed Nintendo's internal conception of the Zelda chronology. Rather than following a single linear progression, the Zelda timeline branches into three distinct paths, all stemming from a crucial moment in Ocarina of Time. This revelation confirmed decades of fan speculation about multiple timelines, while adding unexpected complexity to the theoretical model most had constructed. Hyrule Historia's release represented an unusual moment in the relationship between creators and audience. For decades, Zelda players had engaged in interpretive work, usually reserved for scholars of ancient texts or religious documents, analyzing fragments for meaning, comparing variant readings, establishing potential connections between apparently disparate narratives. Now an official canon was being established, potentially rendering some of these interpretations invalid while confirming others. The community's response was similarly complex. Some welcomed the clarity of an authorized timeline, while others preferred the openness of multiple possible interpretations that had characterized this series previously. Before we explore these branches, we must understand the events that predate the split, the foundation upon which all subsequent history rests. In the beginning, there was only formlessness, a world of chaos without structure or meaning. Into this void descended three golden goddesses, each embodying different aspects of creation. Dimda, the goddess of power, who created the red earth with her strong flaming arms. Nairu, the goddess of wisdom, who poured her wisdom onto the earth to give the spirit of law to the world. And Faru, the goddess of courage, who created life forms who would uphold the law. This divine trinity reflects creation myths. From numerous human traditions, the threefold nature of divinity appears in concepts like the Hindu Trimurti Brahma, the creator, Vishnu the preserver, Shiva the destroyer, the Christian Trinity, and the triple goddess of various pagan traditions, Maiden, Mother, Crone. The specific attribution of power, wisdom, and courage as fundamental cosmic forces finds parallels in philosophical frameworks across cultures, from Plato's tripartite theory of the soul, reason, spirit, and appetite, to Buddhist conceptions of compassion, wisdom, and power as aspects of enlightenment. The creation account emphasizes distinct contributions from each goddess, rather than collaborative creation. Dirina forms the physical world, Naru establishes natural laws, and Farah creates beings who would live according to these laws. This sequence suggests a cosmological model where material existence precedes law, which in turn precedes conscious life. A progression from substance to structure to sentience. The order implies hierarchy, but also interdependence. Each goddess's work builds upon and requires the contributions of those before her, suggesting that even at the divine level, creation emerges from relationship rather than isolated action. Their work complete, the goddesses departed for the heavens, leaving at the point of their departure a symbol of their power, three golden sacred triangles, together forming the Triforce. This relic became the foundation of Hyrule's providence, a physical manifestation of divine balance that could grant the wish of anyone who touched it, reflecting the true nature of their heart. The sacred realm where it resided became a point of connection between the divine and material worlds, a place of power sought by many throughout Hyrule's long history. The Triforce's nature as a wish-granting artifact that responds to the heart of its wielder introduces a profound philosophical concept that power itself is neutral, amplifying the internal nature of its possessor rather than imposing its own moral framework. This distinguishes the Triforce from many magical objects in mythology that carry inherent moral alignment or purpose. It more closely resembles concepts like the Hindu notion of Shakti, pure creative energy, or Taoist understanding of Qi, life force, neutral powers that manifest differently according to the consciousness directing them. The Sacred Realms description suggests a cosmological model where the material world and divine realms exist in parallel rather than as completely separate dimensions. The point where the goddesses departed becomes a permeable boundary, a place where the veil between worlds grows thin. This concept appears in many religious traditions. Sacred sites like Jerusalem, Varanasi, or Mount Fuji are often described as places where heaven and earth draw close, where divine influence flows more directly into the material world, where prayers might more readily reach divine ears. Long after the goddess's departure, an era of chaos began, as various factions sought control of the Triforce. During this tumultuous period, the demon king Demise led a great army against the surface world, seeking to claim the Triforce for himself. To protect her people, the goddess Hyrule, guardian deity of the Triforce, gathered the surviving humans and sent them skyward on a piece of land that would become Skyloft, placing it beyond the reach of evil forces. She then sealed away Demise, though this imprisonment would not hold forever. Hylia's introduction to the mythology adds complexity to the divine hierarchy. Unlike the golden goddesses who departed the world after creation, Hylia remains as a guardian deity, suggesting a tier of divinity closer to humanity, similar to concepts like bodhisattvas in Buddhism, saints in Christianity, or kami in Shintoism. Her decision to send humans skyward on a floating island echoes flood myths from numerous cultures, where chosen people are elevated, literally or figuratively, above destruction, rather than being subjected to divine judgment alongside the wicked. The contrast between Demise and Hylia establishes the foundational conflict that will echo throughout Hyrule's history, not simply good versus evil, but different relationships with power itself. Demise seeks the Triforce to dominate, Hylia protects it while serving as guardian to humanity. This distinction appears in many mythological traditions, where divine conflicts often represent competing principles rather than simply opposing moral alignments. Order versus chaos in Egyptian mythology, preservation versus destruction in Hindu cosmology, tradition versus innovation in Greek divine conflicts. These events form the backdrop of Skyward Sword, chronologically the first game in the series. Here we meet the first incarnation of Link and Zelda, though she begins as simply a childhood friend rather than a princess. Their initial relationship growing up together in Skyloft, participating in the same coming-of-age rituals, sharing a deep bond before any awareness of cosmic destiny, establishes a pattern that will recur in various forms throughout the series. The connection between hero and princess precedes their divine or royal roles rather than emerging from them. The floating islands of Skyloft represent both sanctuary and limitation, protection from the dangers below, but also isolation from the fullness of existence. The residents have no knowledge of the surface world. Their history has been forgotten, and their society has developed around ritual practices whose original meanings have been lost. This motif of forgotten history, of people living in ignorance of their own past, will recur throughout the Zelda series, from the Kokiri, who don't realize they were once Hylians, to the inhabitants of the Great Sea, who know nothing of the kingdom beneath the waves, to the amnesiac Link of Breath of the Wild, who must reconstruct his own identity and purpose from fragments. Link's journey from the sheltered Sky Islands to the vast surface world below represents an archetypal descent from innocence into experience, from protected ignorance into dangerous knowledge. The surface, with its diverse environments and ancient mysteries, serves as both testing ground and revelation, the place where Link must prove his worthiness while simultaneously discovering the truth of his world's history. This mythic pattern echoes concepts like the Gnostic journey from ignorance to enlightenment, the Buddhist path from illusion to awakening, the Platonic emergence from the cave of shadows into the light of true understanding. Through their adventures, we learn that Zelda is actually the human reincarnation of the goddess Hyrule, who relinquished her divine form to use the Triforce, something the gods themselves could not do. This voluntary descent from immortality to mortality represents one of the series' most profound theological concepts, divinity choosing finite existence to accomplish what could not be achieved through infinite power alone. This paradoxical notion that limitation itself can become a form of power, that vulnerability might accomplish what invulnerability cannot, appears in numerous religious traditions, from the Christian concept of divine incarnation to Buddhist teachings on how attachment to divine power can itself become an obstacle to enlightenment. Zelda's gradual awakening to her divine identity occurs through physical trial rather than intellectual revelation. Her body remembers what her mind has forgotten as she undergoes purification rituals at sacred springs across the land. This embodied spirituality suggests that divine truth manifests through physical experience rather than abstract contemplation, that the body itself contains wisdom the conscious mind may not recognize. Her eventual acceptance of both her divine past and human present represents integration rather than transformation, becoming more fully herself rather than becoming something else entirely. Link, meanwhile, proves himself the chosen hero by overcoming trials and claiming the goddess sword, which through his efforts evolves into the Master Sword, the blade of evil's bane that would become central to Hyrule's history. The sword's evolution through Link's trials suggests a reciprocal relationship between hero and weapon. It shapes him through the challenges required to strengthen it, while he shapes it through the qualities of spirit he demonstrates in those challenges. This mutual transformation echoes alchemical concepts of how the process of refining base metals into gold simultaneously refines the alchemist's own nature. The silent realms that Link must navigate to prove his spirit's growth represent liminal spaces between material and spiritual dimensions. Their ethereal quality, familiar geography, transformed through otherworldly light, and guardians that activate only when Link fails to maintain spiritual focus, all suggest a realm where internal qualities manifest as external reality. These trials mirror concepts like the Bardo states of Tibetan Buddhism, the testing grounds of various shamanic traditions, or the purgatorial realms of Christian theology spaces, where the soul confronts its own nature, made visible. Together, Link and Zelda defeat Demise, but with his dying breath, the Demon King pronounces a curse that would echo throughout time. Those like you, those who share the blood of the goddess and the spirit of the hero, they are eternally bound to this curse. An incarnation of my hatred shall ever follow your kind, dooming them to wander a blood-soaked sea of darkness for all time. This curse establishes the cycle that defines the entire Legend of Zelda. Link, Zelda, and the incarnation of Demise's hatred, most often Ganon, locked in conflict across the ages. The nature of this curse suggests not just malevolence, but a kind of dark immortality. Demise ensures that even in defeat, his essence will persist through hatred itself, rather than through continued individual consciousness. This concept of negative emotion as a self-perpetuating force that can transcend the being who initially experienced it appears in many spiritual traditions, from Buddhist teachings on how hatred never ceases by hatred, but by love alone, to Christian warnings about how sin perpetuates itself across generations, to psychological understandings of how trauma can echo through family systems long after the original traumatic event. From this point, history flows forward, into the era of prosperity, when the survivors from Skyloft descended to the surface and established the kingdom of Hyrule, with Zelda's descendants forming the royal bloodline. The Triforce was placed in the Temple of Light, guarded by the Sheikah tribe, who swore allegiance to the goddess Hylia and her mortal descendants. This golden age would not last unchallenged. However, as the curse of Demise ensured that peace would always face opposition, the era of chaos followed, a period of civil war, as knowledge of the Triforce spread and various factions sought to claim its power. During this turbulent time, the events of the Minish Cap unfold, introducing Vayati, a Minish who became corrupted by the power of a magical cap created by his master Islo. The Minish, also called Pokori by the Harlians, are a race of thumb-sized beings who live alongside humans, but remain largely unseen, leaving behind rupees and items to aid those with pure hearts. Their existence suggests a hidden layer of reality beneath ordinary perception, magical beings whose existence goes largely unrecognized, similar to concepts like the Celtic belief in helpful house spirits, Japanese traditions of Zashiki Warashi, who bring good fortune to households, or European folklore about elves who secretly repair shoes or complete household tasks overnight. The central magical artifact of this era, the Mage's Cap, holds the power to grant wishes, a parallel to the Triforce, but operating through a different metaphysical framework, where the Triforce represents divine power that responds to the heart of its wielder. The cap transforms magical skill or intent into reality through artifice rather than through cosmic law. This distinction between different magical systems, divine versus crafted, natural versus artificial, establishes a pattern that will continue throughout Hyrule's history, where multiple approaches to accessing and directing magical power coexist rather than a single unified system. Pavlai's transformation from a small, unassuming Minish into a powerful sorcerer represents the corruption that often accompanies sudden access to power without corresponding spiritual development. His initial motivation to impress others and gain recognition transforms into hunger for greater power and eventually the desire to capture beautiful women as possessions, revealing how unchecked ambition can deteriorate from merely self-centered to actively destructive. This progression echoes cautionary tales across cultures about the dangers of magical power divorced from ethical framework or community accountability. Though defeated by the Link of this era, Vayati would return to threaten Hyrule in later periods, establishing another recurring antagonist alongside Ganon. The persistence of his malevolence across generations, despite repeated defeats, creates a dual villain structure in Hyrule's mythology. Ganon representing raw power and domination, Vayati representing arcane knowledge and deception. This binary opposition resembles mythological systems like Zoroastrianism's conflict between Ahura Mazda and Angra Mainyu, or Norse mythology's distinction between the brute strength of giants and the cunning manipulation of Loki. Through periods of prosperity and conflict, the history of Hyrule eventually leads to the events of Ocarina of Time, which many consider to be the pivotal moment in the entire timeline. Here, a young boy raised among the forest-dwelling Kokiri discovers his true identity as a Hylian and his destiny as the hero of time. Guided by the last princess of a fractured Hyrule, he gathers spiritual stones, claims the Master Sword, and awakens as an adult after a 7-year sleep to find the kingdom transformed under Ganondorf's rule. The Kokiri, eternally childlike forest dwellers, each accompanied by a guardian fairy, represent an existence outside of time's normal progression. Their inability to age reflects both innocence protected and development arrested, a state that Link must ultimately leave behind to fulfill his destiny. The revelation that Link is not truly Kokiri, but Hylian, introduces the theme of hidden identity. of belonging that transcends biological origin, a motif that appears in numerous hero myths from Moses raised among Egyptians to Perseus unaware of his divine parentage. The time travel mechanic central to Ocarina of Time, with Link able to move between his childhood and adult forms by placing or retrieving the Master Sword, creates a complex narrative where past and future directly influence each other rather than following linear progression. Actions in childhood create consequences witnessed in adulthood. Knowledge gained as an adult informs decisions made in childhood. This temporal fluidity resembles concepts like the Aboriginal Australian dream time, where past, present, and future exist simultaneously in an eternal now, or quantum theories about time as a dimension we experience sequentially but which may actually exist as a complete whole. Ocarina of Time also introduces the seven sages, representatives of different races and elements, who together maintain cosmic balance. Their circular chamber in the sacred realm, with each sage standing on a medallion corresponding to their element, creates a mandala-like representation of reality's constituent forces, held in harmonious relationship. This concept of cosmic balance, maintained through diversity rather than uniformity, appears in many wisdom traditions, from Taoist understandings of five elements in dynamic relationship to Hindu concepts of different gods representing complementary cosmic functions to indigenous American medicine wheel teachings about the four directions, each contributing essential qualities to a complete existence. The events of Ocarina of Time establish patterns that would echo throughout the series: the gathering of medallions or sacred objects, the awakening of sages, the confrontation with Ganon in his various forms, but most significantly, it is the conclusion of this adventure that creates the great divergence in Hyrule's timeline, when Princess Zelda sends Link back to his childhood at the end of their adventure, creating two separate flows of time, and when the possibility arises that Link might have failed in his quest, the timeline splits into three distinct branches: the child timeline, the adult timeline, and the fallen hero timeline. Each represents a different potential outcome of the same pivotal events, each leading to a different future for Hyrule and its inhabitants. This three-way split introduces a metaphysical model rarely seen in traditional mythology, but increasingly explored in modern physics and philosophy: the concept of multiple timelines existing simultaneously, each representing a different possible outcome from the same initial conditions. While ancient myths occasionally feature alternate versions of the same events, these were generally understood as different tellings rather than different realities. The Zelda timeline, by contrast, suggests that all three versions are equally real within their respective branches, creating a multiverse rather than a universe. The mechanism of the split itself reveals different conceptions of time and causality. The division between adult and child timelines occurs through deliberate intervention, Zelda using the Ocarina of Time to send Link's consciousness back to his childhood body, creating a new branch where Ganondorf's plans can be prevented before they unfold. This represents time as potentially malleable through sufficient power and knowledge, reflecting modern theories about closed time-like curves or quantum concepts of retrocausality. The fallen timeline, by contrast, emerges from a hypothetical failure. What would have happened had Link been defeated? This represents time as containing all possible outcomes simultaneously, with different branches made manifest through key decision points or crucial successes failures, similar to the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics. In the child timeline, young Link returns to his original time with knowledge of future events. He warns Princess Zelda about Ganondorf's treachery, providing evidence that leads to the Gerudo King's attempted execution before he can enact his plans. This creates a future where Ganondorf never conquers Hyrule or obtains the Triforce of Power, where the 7 years of darkness never occur. Yet Ganondorf's execution goes awry. The legendary blade that seals the darkness is not present, and the divine protection granted by the Triforce allows him to survive, though he is banished to the Twilight Realm as a result. This timeline's central theme becomes unintended consequences, how changing the past creates new complications rather than simple resolution. Preventing Ganondorf's initial rise to power doesn't eliminate evil, but redirects it, creating connections between different dimensions with their own complex histories and conflicts. This concept reflects both religious warnings about the limits of human control over destiny and scientific cautions about complex systems where changing one variable inevitably affects others in unpredictable ways. The child timeline continues through Majora's Mask, as Link, having completed his ordained role as the hero of time, searches for his lost furry companion, Navi, and stumbles into a parallel world called Termina, facing its own apocalyptic crisis. His journey there represents both voluntary exile and continued quest. Having saved one world, but lost his place within it, he wanders borderlands between realities, belonging fully to neither. This liminality reflects the psychological reality of those who have fulfilled a central life purpose at a young age, and must then discover who they are beyond that defining achievement. Termina itself, a world where familiar faces from Ocarina of Time appear in different roles and relationships, represents both mirror and alternative to Hyrule. Its 3-day cycle, endlessly repeating, unless deliberately altered, suggests a world caught in karmic patterns, where the same errors recur until conscious intervention breaks the cycle. The falling moon with its grimacing face, an external apocalypse mirroring internal anguish, creates urgency that contrasts with the seemingly endless cycles of Hyrule's history. Together, these elements create a psychological landscape as much as a physical one, a projection of Link's own struggle to find meaning after fulfilling his destined role. The child timeline then extends to Twilight Princess, set centuries later, where the ancient Twilight Realm and its inhabitants become central to the story. The Twilight descendants of those banished for seeking forbidden power represent both cautionary example and potential allies, reflecting how even those defined as antagonists in one historical moment might become protagonists in another. Their aesthetic of beauty within darkness, of luminescence amid shadow, suggest integration rather than opposition between light and dark aspects, a more nuanced moral framework than simply good versus evil. The hero's shade, strongly implied to be the spirit of the hero of time, trains his successor in combat techniques, suggesting that the original Link lived a life of regret for being forgotten as a hero in this timeline. His skeletal form with one glowing red eye represents both decay and enduring awareness, a being caught between life and death just as he exists between recognition and obscurity. His unfinished business, passing on skills that would otherwise be lost, speaks to the human desire for legacy, for impact that outlasts physical existence. When he finally fades after his successor has mastered all techniques, his declaration, "Go forth and do not falter, my child," acknowledges both spiritual lineage and final release from earthly attachment. Twilight Princess's Hyrule exists in uneasy balance, with Castletown showing greater technological and architectural advancement than previous eras. Stone bridges, sophisticated water systems, commercial districts with specialized vendors, yet this progress remains precarious, with wilderness pressing close against civilization's boundaries, ancient threats lurking in forgotten corners, and the general populace unaware of supernatural forces that could overturn their comfortable existence at any moment. This tension between progress and fragility, between advancement and the persistence of ancient dangers, creates a bittersweet atmosphere distinct from other timeline branches. The child timeline concludes with Four Swords Adventures, where Ganondorf reincarnates among the Gerudo once more, only to transform into the demonic Ganon and be sealed within the Four Sword by a new Link and Princess Zelda. The Four Sword itself, a blade that creates copies of its wielder, introduces themes of fragmented identity and reintegration. Link splits into four versions of himself, each with slightly different personality traits, suggesting that wholeness comes through acknowledging and harmonizing different aspects of self, rather than identifying with a single dimension of personality. Their eventual reunion represents psychological integration, the bringing together of separated aspects into more complete selfhood. This branch of the timeline generally explores themes of regret, legacy, and the consequences of altering history. Its worlds tend toward the melancholic and twilight, dealing with questions of memory and forgotten heroism. Unlike other timelines where Ganon's defeats seem decisive but prove temporary, the child timeline shows his power gradually diminishing across incarnations, from the near success of his original plan in Ocarina of Time, to his banishment and later return in Twilight Princess, to his final sealing in Four Swords Adventures. This diminishment suggests that while evil cannot be permanently eliminated, its influence can be gradually reduced through consistent opposition across generations. In the adult timeline, we follow the future that adult Link leaves behind. After defeating Ganon, with the hero of time sent back to his childhood by Princess Zelda, this timeline continues without his presence. When Zelda returns, Link to his childhood at the end of Ocarina of Time, she creates an orphaned timeline, a future that continues flowing forward, but now lacks its pivotal hero. This metaphysical oddity, a world suddenly without its prophesied savior, profound questions about determinism and free will, about whether a world can function when its ordained pattern has been disrupted. The initial aftermath appears positive. Ganon sealed away, the sages empowered, peace seemingly restored to a traumatized kingdom. Yet Hyrule Historia reveals that this peace lasted only for a time, as the seal weakening was perhaps inevitable. Without the hero of time's continued presence, Ganondorf eventually breaks free from his seal in the Sacred Realm, and with no hero to stand against him, as Link now exists only in the child timeline, the gods are forced to flood Hyrule, creating the vast Great Sea to seal away both the kingdom and the returning evil. This divine intervention, drowning an entire civilization to prevent greater calamity, represents one of the most morally complex moments in Zelda's mythology. Like flood myths from numerous human cultures, from the biblical deluge to Mesopotamian accounts of Utanapishtim to Greek tales of Deucalion, it presents catastrophe as both destruction and preservation, an ending that contains within it the seeds of new beginning. Unlike most religious flood narratives, however, this deluge preserves no remnant of civilization intact, no ark, no chosen family, no unbroken cultural continuity. Instead, survivors must piece together new societies on scattered mountaintops, with minimal connection to their drowned heritage. Centuries later, the events of the Wind Waker unfold across this flooded world, where islands stand as mountain peaks above the forgotten kingdom, and where most inhabitants have no knowledge of the land that lies beneath the waves. The Great Sea represents both literal and metaphorical depth, physical ocean concealing submerged civilization, and cultural amnesia, hiding historical knowledge. The few who retain awareness of the drowned kingdom, the king of red lions, Jaidin, the Deku tree, maintain their knowledge in isolation from one another, fragments of memory preserved but disconnected, like pages torn from a book and scattered by wind.
This Link, known as the Hero of Winds, has no connection to the bloodline of the hero, representing a new beginning rather than a continuation. His quest begins not with prophecy or divine calling, but with personal motivation. The kidnapping of his sister Hyrule. His green clothing comes not from heroic legacy, but from island tradition, a coming-of-age practice coincidentally resembling the garb of legendary heroes. This ordinary origin emphasizes how heroism can emerge from common circumstance rather than destined birthright, how courage manifests through choice rather than inheritance.
Similarly, Tetra, the pirate captain who later discovers her identity as Princess Zelda, knows nothing of her royal heritage until events reveal it to her. Her transformation from rough-talking seafarer to refined princess represents not replacement of identity, but expansion of it. She maintains her decisive nature and leadership qualities even after donning royal dress. This integration suggests that true identity encompasses seemingly contradictory aspects rather than requiring choice between them. The authenticity comes through embracing complexity rather than conforming to singular role. The Wind Waker's artistic style, shale-shaded, expressive, emphasizing emotion through exaggeration rather than realism, perfectly complements its thematic exploration of reality versus appearance. Characters display their feelings through dramatic facial expressions and body language. The ocean itself shifts between serene blue and stormy darkness. According to circumstance, truth repeatedly emerges from beneath deceptive surfaces. This expressionist approach suggests that emotional reality often matters more than literal appearance, that authentic response reveals more than factual accuracy. The Wind Waker concludes with the King of Hyrule using the Triforce to wish for the complete submersion of ancient Hyrule, washing away the past rather than preserving it. His decision represents both acceptance of transience and investment in future possibility, acknowledging that sometimes preservation itself becomes a form of stagnation. By refusing to restore the kingdom that was lost, he chooses instead to create space for something entirely new to emerge, a profound act of both surrender and creation. His final words to Link and Zelda before the waters close over him: "I have scattered the seeds of the future," reflect hope directed toward what might be rather than attachment to what was. This timeline continues through Phantom Hourglass and Spirit Tracks, as Link and Tetra sail away to found a new kingdom entirely separate from the forgotten land of Hyrule. Phantom Hourglass introduces the world of the Ocean King, yet another parallel dimension, experiencing its own crisis, further extending the multiverse concept established at Ocarina of Time's conclusion. The central artifact, an hourglass containing sacred sand that protects against the life-draining effects of the Temple of the Ocean King, creates both literal and metaphorical time pressure. Link must navigate the same spaces repeatedly with increasing efficiency, suggesting that growth comes not just through new experience, but through deeper understanding of familiar territory. Spirit Tracks, set a century after Link and Tetra discover new lands, shows the establishment of a fresh civilization, incorporating elements from various cultures encountered during their voyages. The Spirit Tracks themselves, magical rails connecting different regions, and the Tower of Spirits at the center, create both physical infrastructure and spiritual framework for this new society, built by the Locomo to contain the Demon King Malladus. These tracks serve dual purpose as transportation network and mystical seal, suggesting that spiritual and practical concerns need not conflict, but can support one another when properly integrated. Princess Zelda's disembodied state throughout most of Spirit Tracks, her spirit separated from her body, able to possess phantom armor, creates yet another exploration of identity and embodiment. Her experience of witnessing her own kidnapped body while unable to return to it represents both dissociation and expanded perception, limitation, and new capabilities simultaneously. Through this spiritual displacement, she gains both greater empathy for others and deeper appreciation for physical existence, suggesting that sometimes we must step outside our normal perspective to more fully value what we generally take for granted. This branch explores themes of endings and new beginnings, of letting go of the past rather than being bound by it. Its worlds are generally brighter and more stylized, emphasizing exploration and discovery over ancient conflicts. The nautical setting creates both literal and metaphorical openness, vast horizons, inviting journey, uncharted territory, awaiting discovery, the constant possibility of finding something unexpected beyond the next wave. This sense of potential contrasts sharply with the weight of history that often dominates the other timeline branches. The third branch, the Fallen Hero timeline, presents the most unexpected version of events. In this timeline, Link is defeated during his final battle with Ganondorf in Ocarina of Time. With the Hero of Time fallen, the Seven Sages manage to seal Ganon in the Sacred Realm as a last resort, but not before he claims the complete Triforce. This creates a darkest timeline where Ganon's evil influence gradually spreads from his prison, corrupting the Sacred Realm into the Dark World, and eventually threatening Hyrule once more. This timeline's existence raises profound metaphysical questions that the other branches do not, where the child and adult timelines emerge from decisions made by Link and Zelda. This branch stems from failure rather than choice. Its presence suggests a universe where all possibilities manifest simultaneously, where reality branches not just through deliberate action but through success or failure at crucial junctures. This deterministic element creates tension with the series' overall emphasis on heroism and agency. If defeat always creates its own timeline, does victory truly matter? The Fallen timeline offers no simple answer, but invites contemplation of how meaning might exist even in realities where traditional heroic narratives collapse. The imprisoning war that follows Link's defeat becomes a desperate last stand, rather than a triumphant victory. The Seven Sages, without their Hero of Time, must seal Ganon in the Sacred Realm through their own power alone. This partial success represents the resilience of hope even in darkened circumstances, how collective effort might achieve what individual heroism could not. Yet this imperfect sealing creates ongoing consequences. Ganon's influence gradually corrupts the Sacred Realm into the Dark World, transforming it from a place of golden light to a twisted reflection of Hyrule, where one's inner nature manifests as physical form. This timeline encompasses many of the earlier 2D Zelda games, beginning with A Link to the Past, where a different Link becomes the hero of legend, venturing between the light and dark worlds to defeat Ganon and restore the Triforce. The Dark World represents psychological shadow made manifest, a realm where inner corruption takes physical form, where greed transforms humans into beasts, where what lies within becomes visible without. This externalizing of internal state creates a powerful metaphor for how our perceptions and choices shape the reality we experience, how the world we see reflects what we carry within. The parallel worlds of A Link to the Past provide mechanical expression of this philosophical concept. The same geographical location might contain different objects, creatures, or structures in light and dark worlds. This duplication creates puzzles requiring players to recognize how changes in one realm affect the other, teaching through gameplay the interconnectedness of seemingly separate realities. The ability to shift between worlds using the magic mirror creates a literal reflection mechanic, reinforcing the theme of self-confrontation. What appears in the dark world reflects something truthful, if distorted, about the light world. It continues through Link's awakening as this hero becomes shipwrecked on Kurland Island, revealed to be the dream of a deity called the Windfish. This dream setting creates yet another layer of reality questioning, a world that exists only in dream consciousness, yet contains beings with apparent selfhood and meaningful experiences. The Windfish's desire to awaken conflicts directly with the islanders' continued existence, creating moral complexity around whose reality takes precedence. Link's ultimate decision to awaken the Windfish, knowing it will cause Kurland and its inhabitants to cease existing, represents a painful choice between truth and comfortable illusion, between awakening and perpetuating a pleasant dream. The allegorical elements of Link's awakening extend beyond basic dream symbolism to explore how consciousness itself structures reality through narrative frameworks. Each instrument Link collects to play the Ballad of the Windfish represents a different aspect of artistic expression: percussion, strings, wind, and voice, suggesting that awakening requires integration of different creative modalities rather than single-dimensional approach. The island's geography creates a mandala-like structure with Mount Tamaranch at its center, surrounding ocean-setting boundaries, and 8 dungeons positioned like points on a compass rose. This spatial organization mirrors maps of consciousness found in various spiritual traditions, with different regions representing different aspects of psyche requiring integration. The Oracle Games, Oracle of Ages, and Oracle of Seasons further extend this Link's adventures, introducing parallel worlds structured around temporal and seasonal rather than moral dimensions. Oracle of Ages explores manipulation of time itself, with past and present versions of the same locations, revealing how history shapes current reality. Oracle of Seasons examines how fundamental natural cycles create different manifestations of the same underlying landscape. Together, these titles suggest different ways of understanding reality's fluidity through historical progression and through cyclical transformation, without direct moral judgment embedded in the parallel world structure itself. Generations later, A Link Between Worlds introduces a new hero who confronts both the resurrected Ganon and a new threat from Laurel, a parallel world that destroyed its own Triforce and now faces collapse. Laurel represents not moral inversion, but tragic alternative, a world that made a catastrophic choice in its past and now suffers the consequences. Princess Hilda's desperate attempt to steal Hyrule Triforce stems not from malice, but from love for her dying world, creating antagonism based on competing valid claims, rather than good versus evil dichotomy. This moral complexity suggests evolution in the series' approach to parallel worlds, moving from straightforward shadow realms to nuanced explorations of difficult choices and unintended consequences. The earliest games in the series, The Legend of Zelda and The Adventure of Link, chronologically come latest in this timeline, depicting a significantly diminished kingdom of Hyrule, where much knowledge has been lost, and where the Triforce of Courage has been hidden inside a great palace by a past king. These titles, though first in publication order, represent a future where civilization has regressed rather than advanced, where knowledge fragments rather than accumulates, where isolation replaces connection. This societal diminishment creates a setting where heroism must emerge without institutional support, where wisdom comes from discovering lost knowledge rather than inheriting existing traditions. The Fallen Timeline generally explores themes of decay and preservation, of worlds holding on to what remains of former glory. Its settings tend toward the melancholic and challenging, with civilizations in decline and knowledge fragmenting over time. It represents not just a worst-case scenario, but a testament to resilience. How even in a timeline where the hero failed, life continues, and new heroes eventually emerge to restore balance. This perspective offers perhaps the most profound hope within the entire Zelda mythology, that even absolute failure does not represent the end of all possibility, that redemption remains available even in the darkest branch of fate. Where does Breath of the Wild fit into this elaborate structure? Nintendo has been deliberately ambiguous, suggesting that it takes place so far in Hyrule's future that elements from all three timelines have somehow converged. The game contains references that could connect it to any of the three branches. The existence of Rito and Koroks suggests the adult timeline. Mentions of Twilight in Zelda's ceremony speech point to the child timeline. The presence of the Deku tree and specific locations aligns with the Fallen timeline. This ambiguity invites us to consider how even separate streams of time might eventually find their way back to a common destination, like rivers flowing to the same ocean. Perhaps after sufficient time passes, the differences between timelines diminish in significance, allowing for a reunification of these divergent histories. Or perhaps Breath of the Wild represents a fourth possibility altogether, a timeline that incorporates elements of all three without directly following any single one. The game's emphasis on memory and its recovery suggests another interpretation, that the fractured timeline itself represents a kind of cultural memory loss. Different civilizations remembering different aspects of a complete history that no longer exists in any single record. By recovering fragments from each timeline, perhaps Breath of the Wild's Hyrule is attempting to reconstruct a more complete understanding of its past, integrating elements that had become separated through loss and forgetting. Tears of the Kingdom further complicates this timeline placement, introducing the ancient Zonai civilization, whose technology and magic predate even the Sheikah. The presence of these previously unmentioned precursors suggests that Hyrule's history contains significant gaps, civilizations that rose and fell without clear record in the existing timeline. This introduces the possibility that what we know as the official timeline itself may be incomplete, missing branches or connections that future games might reveal. This complex chronology raises profound questions about the nature of history itself. Is history a single linear progression, or does it contain divergent possibilities? Do our actions create new timelines, or do they simply reveal paths that always existed as potential? If multiple versions of history can coexist, which version holds authority, and who determines canonical truth? These questions extend beyond the realm of fantasy into our understanding of actual history. Different cultures maintain different accounts of shared events. Winners and losers in conflicts record drastically different narratives. Even eyewitnesses to the same occurrence often remember details differently. The Zelda timeline, with its branches and ambiguities, mirrors our own relationship with the past. How we attempt to construct coherent narratives from fragmentary evidence, how we reconcile conflicting accounts, how we determine which version of events to preserve and transmit to future generations. The timeline also invites us to consider our relationship with possible futures. Each branch represents a different outcome, stemming from the same crucial moment, suggesting that our present contains multiple potential futures awaiting realization through our choices. This perspective can be both empowering and humbling. Empowering in its suggestion that our actions matter enough to create divergent realities, humbling in its implication that no single future represents the only possible outcome of our present circumstances. For players and scholars of The Legend of Zelda, the timeline serves multiple purposes. It provides a framework for understanding connections between games, for recognizing how recurring elements evolve across different periods, for appreciating the long-term consequences of seemingly isolated events, but perhaps more importantly, it invites us into the role of active interpreters rather than passive recipients, asking us to consider alternative readings, to question canonical authority, to participate in the construction of meaning rather than merely accepting established lore. This approach to mythology mirrors ancient traditions, where sacred stories were not fixed texts, but living narratives adapted by each generation of storytellers to address the needs and understandings of their time. The Zelda timeline, with its openness to reinterpretation and expansion, carries forward this tradition into digital media, creating a modern mythology that remains dynamic rather than static. As we drift between the branches of Hyrule's history, like leaves carried on diverging streams, we might consider how our own lives contain pivotal moments, where multiple futures branch outward, choices made or unmade, paths taken or forsaken, words spoken or held silent. Perhaps in some parallel timeline, our lives unfold differently based on these crucial junctures, creating a complex personal chronology as intricate as Hyrule's own. The timeline reminds us that stories, like rivers, need not flow in single channels to reach their destinations. They may divide, meander, sometimes even double back upon themselves, yet still convey their essential truths. The complexity of Hyrule's history mirrors the complexity of human experience itself, multifaceted, sometimes contradictory, resistant to simplification, yet inviting us to seek meaning within its patterns. In the quiet spaces between divergent histories, in the gaps between established canon and interpretive possibility, in the twilight realm where multiple truths exist simultaneously without cancelling each other out, here lies the true power of the Legend of Zelda's approach to mythology. It teaches us not just about courage, wisdom, and power as abstract virtues, but about the courage to question established narratives, the wisdom to hold multiple possibilities in mind simultaneously, and the power that comes from participating in meaning-making rather than merely consuming it. As our journey continues, we carry with us the awareness that Hyrule's complexity mirrors our own relationship with history and possibility, how we navigate between established patterns and new opportunities, how we inherit narratives while creating our own, how we exist simultaneously as products of the past and creators of futures not yet determined. In this awareness lies a kind of freedom, not the absence of pattern or connection, but the recognition that patterns themselves contain openings for variation, that connections create networks rather than chains, that even the most established timeline remains open to new branches of possibility. Chapter 4: The Geography and Civilizations of Zelda. Part 1. As our journey through the legends of Hyrule continues, let us turn our attention to the physical world itself, the landscapes that have witnessed countless cycles of creation and destruction, the ancient mountains that have observed the rise and fall of civilizations, the waters that have flowed through every era of Hyrule's existence. The geography of this realm tells its own story, one of geological permanence against which the ephemeral dramas of history unfold. Hyrule is a land defined by its remarkable geographical diversity, a microcosm of our own world's varied environments, compressed into a relatively small kingdom. From scorching deserts to snow-capped peaks, from dense forests to vast lakes, from volcanic wastelands to fertile plains, this concentration of different biomes within close proximity creates a realm of stark contrasts and natural boundaries. These varied landscapes serve not only as settings for adventure, but as metaphors for the diversity of experience itself, each region presenting unique challenges that test different aspects of the hero's capabilities. This geographical compression, the placement of dramatically different ecosystems adjacent to one another, creates an environment where travelers might journey from sweltering heat to frigid cold in the span of a single day's walk. While such proximity would be climatologically unlikely in our world, It serves both narrative and gameplay functions within Hyrule. Narratively, it allows for diverse cultures to develop in relative isolation, yet maintain communication and trade. Gameplay-wise, it enables players to experience varied challenges and aesthetics without lengthy transitions between regions. Despite this somewhat fantastical arrangement, the individual biomes themselves follow realistic ecological principles. Desert regions feature appropriate flora and fauna, cactus-like plants, storing precious water, lizards adapting to extreme temperature fluctuations, oases creating microenvironments where different species cluster around limited resources, volcanic areas demonstrate consistent geological features, lava flows creating new stone hot springs, emerging where groundwater meets geothermal heat, specialized plants evolving to survive in mineral-rich but challenging soil conditions. Mountain regions show appropriate elevational zonation, forests giving way to alpine meadows, then to rocky terrain, and finally to snow-capped peaks, where only the hardiest organisms survive. At the heart of Hyrule in most iterations stands Hyrule Castle and its surrounding town, the central hub of civilization and governance in this realm. The castle itself typically occupies the highest point in the central plains, its spires visible from distant approaches, a physical manifestation of royal authority's prominence within the kingdom. This architectural positioning reflects medieval concepts of power as elevation, of authority as that which rises above the common level, visible to all, yet separate from ordinary existence. The castle's design has evolved across eras while maintaining certain consistent elements: white stone walls, blue roof tiles, banners bearing the royal crest of the Triforce above a stylized bird, towers arranged around a central keep. These aesthetic constants create instant recognition despite significant architectural evolution, allowing players to immediately identify this landmark across dramatically different art styles and historical periods within the series. In Ocarina of Time, we see it as a grand but relatively simple fortress, its stone walls enclosing courtyards where royalty might briefly escape the burdens of rule. The castle's interior demonstrates clear functional zoning, guard quarters positioned near entrances, servants' areas connected to kitchens and storerooms, royal apartments located in more protected inner sections. This realistic architectural logic suggests a working castle designed for both defensive capability and administrative function, rather than merely symbolic presence. The castle town market surrounding this early iteration of the castle shows medieval urban planning at its most basic. A central square surrounded by shops and residential buildings, with clear paths leading to the castle gates. The fountain at the market's center serves both practical function as a water source and social purpose as gathering place, reflecting how public infrastructure in medieval settings often served multiple roles simultaneously. The clear separation between Castletown and the surrounding field, with defensive walls and a single primary gate, demonstrates basic urban security concerns typical of pre-modern settlements. Wind Waker presents Hyrule Castle frozen in time beneath the Great Sea, preserved in a bubble of stasis, as if awaiting resurrection. This unique circumstance allows players to witness a moment perfectly preserved from an earlier era, the castle's grand hall and ceremonial spaces untouched by the passage of time that has transformed the world above. The monochromatic grey coloration of this preserved castle creates a ghost-like quality, emphasizing its nature as memory made manifest rather than living space. Statues depicting the hero of time and other figures from Hyrule's history line these halls, creating a museum-like quality where the kingdom's past glorifies itself through monumental art. Twilight Princess depicts the castle as an expanded complex with multiple wings and a grand cathedral-like throne room, suggesting a kingdom at the height of its prosperity and architectural ambition. Gothic influences appear prominently in this iteration: flying buttresses supporting soaring walls, stained glass windows filtering light into interior spaces, vaulted ceilings creating dramatic shadows and acoustic effects. These elements suggest a civilization moving beyond purely functional architecture into aesthetic and spiritual expression, using built environment to inspire awe and communicate royal authority through visual grandeur. The throne room in particular demonstrates sophisticated understanding of architectural psychology, its lengthy approach requiring visitors to walk a considerable distance while observed from the elevated throne, its towering ceiling diminishing the apparent size of those standing below, its ceremonial guards positioned to frame the royal presence with military precision. These design elements aren't merely decorative, but actively reinforce power relationships between ruler and subject through spatial arrangement and visual hierarchy. Breath of the Wild shows Hyrule Castle in majestic ruin, its former glory still discernible beneath a century of calamity. Ganon's corruption. This iteration reveals the castle's complete layout, more fully than any previous version, with multiple wings dedicated to specific functions: a library tower housing royal archives, research laboratories for scientific inquiry, guards chambers strategically positioned at defensive points, royal residential quarters isolated from public areas, and a sanctum at the highest point, serving as both throne room and ritual space. The castle's integration with natural landscape features demonstrates sophisticated site utilization, built directly into a massive rock formation that provides both foundation and natural defensive advantage, with moats and waterways incorporated into its perimeter security. The circular arrangement of the entire complex, with the sanctum at its center, creates both practical defensive advantage. Any approach must navigate multiple layers of security, and symbolic significance power radiating outward from a central point. Even in ruined state, these architectural principles remain visible, suggesting a civilization that understood both practical and symbolic aspects of monumental construction. The town surrounding the castle similarly reflects the kingdom's condition in each era. In prosperous times, it bustles with commerce, market stalls offering exotic goods, performers entertaining in public squares, citizens from various races mingling in peaceful exchange. This vibrant urban environment demonstrates realistic economic patterns: imported luxuries commanding higher prices than local goods, specialized crafts concentrated in specific districts, different economic classes occupying distinct urban zones while sharing common public spaces. Ocarina of Time's Castle Town Market represents this prosperous state, with diverse merchants, public entertainment, and social mixing creating a lively atmosphere during daylight hours. The contrast between this daytime vitality and nighttime quiet, with dogs roaming empty streets and only a few businesses remaining open, creates realistic urban rhythm. The back alleys' slightly seedier establishments hint at urban stratification, with different social activities segregated into appropriate districts. The Happy Mask Shop, Bizarre Bomb True Bowling Alley, and Shooting Gallery represent a diversified urban economy beyond basic necessities, suggesting prosperity sufficient to support entertainment and luxury trades. In darker periods, Castletown contracts behind defensive walls, its residents fearful of threats beyond their gates, its economy focused on essentials rather than luxuries. Twilight Princess demonstrates this more defensive urban configuration, with a substantial gatehouse controlling access, guards stationed at key points, and architecture designed to channel movement through easily controlled bottlenecks. The segregation of Castletown into distinct districts, a central square surrounded by specialized areas like the medical clinic, Malomart Goron Shop, and residential zones, demonstrates more complex urban planning than earlier iterations, with greater functional specialization of urban space. In the most calamitous eras, Castletown stands abandoned entirely, weeds growing between cobblestones, windows shattered by weather and monsters, former homes repurposed as monster nests. Breath of the Wild's ruined Castletown presents this tragic state, with crumbling buildings still containing personal possessions, abandoned during hasty evacuation, street layouts still discernible beneath encroaching vegetation, and former public spaces now hosting guardians and other hostile entities. These ruins tell silent stories of interrupted lives, of urban planning rendered meaningless by catastrophe, of human infrastructure reclaimed by natural processes when maintenance ceases. This cyclical transformation of the same physical space serves as a barometer for Hyrule's overall condition, a microcosm that reflects the macrocosm of the kingdom's health. The layout of Castletown, with its focus on the central square as community gathering place, reflects medieval urban planning principles, where public space served essential social functions beyond mere transit, the integration of residential and commercial functions, with shop owners typically living above or behind their businesses, demonstrates pre-industrial urban economics, where work and home life remained closely connected rather than separated into distinct zones. Beyond the central plains stretches a landscape of remarkable diversity, anchored by certain landmarks that persist across almost every iteration of Hyrule, regardless of how the map might otherwise transform between eras. Death Mountain looms in the northeast in most configurations of the kingdom, a volcanic peak whose active crater bathes the surrounding territory in an ominous red glow. This persistent volcanic activity suggests ongoing tectonic processes beneath Hyrule's crust, a geologically active world still undergoing formative processes rather than a static environment. The mountain's volcanic nature manifests differently across various games, reflecting different stages of volcanic activity. In some iterations, like Ocarina of Time, the volcano appears in relatively stable state, with occasional rock slides and ambient heat presenting obstacles, but no immediate eruption threatening. In others, like Breath of the Wild, more active conditions prevail, with regular explosive eruptions, sending flaming projectiles across the surrounding landscape and rivers of lava flowing down mountainsides. These variations might represent different periods in the volcano's eruptive cycle, or different geological conditions affecting its behavior across Hyrule's long history. Death Mountain's interior demonstrates realistic volcanic features. Magma chambers where liquid rock collects before eruption. Ancient lava tubes forming natural tunnels through solidified material. Caverns created by gaseous expansion during previous eruptions. These geological features create natural dungeon-like environments that the Gorons have adapted into living spaces, storage areas, and ceremonial chambers, demonstrating how intelligent species might utilize rather than fight against challenging natural formations. The mountain's name speaks to the perilous nature of its slopes, where extreme heat, falling boulders, and territorial monsters create a gauntlet that tests the limits of survival. Yet this mountain of death also nurtures life. The Goron tribe has adapted to thrive in its harsh conditions, mining its rich ore deposits and developing a culture centered around endurance and brotherhood. This paradoxical quality, simultaneously hostile to most life, yet nurturing specialized adaptations, reflects realistic ecological principles where even the most extreme environments develop their own unique ecosystems, given sufficient time. The specific flora and fauna of Death Mountain demonstrates thoughtful ecological design. Heat-resistant plants with deep root systems anchor themselves against erosion on steep slopes. Rock-feeding organisms occupy distinctive niches within the mountain's food web. Specialized insects and reptiles with heat-resistant adaptations create intermediate trophic levels between primary producers and larger consumers. These ecological relationships, while simplified for gameplay purposes, suggest realistically interdependent biological communities rather than randomly assembled collections of fantasy creatures. The mountain's persistence across nearly every version of Hyrule suggests that certain geographical features transcend the kingdom's various transformations, remaining recognizable even as civilizations rise and fall around them. In archaeological terms, Death Mountain serves as a persistent place, a location that maintains cultural significance across different societies and time periods, a landmark that provides continuity amid historical change. Its volcanic nature symbolizes both destruction and creation. The same eruptions that devastate existing structures also create new land, rich in minerals that sustain future growth. To the southeast of the Central Plains typically stretches Zora's domain, the aquatic realm governed by the fish-like Zora people. This region centers around flowing water, rivers cascading from mountain springs, waterfalls concealing caves, pools of crystalline clarity revealing underwater palaces. The hydrology of this region demonstrates realistic water system integration. Rainfall captured by mountain peaks flows through surface streams and underground aquifers, eventually joining larger river systems that connect to lakes and ultimately to the ocean. This hydrological realism grounds Zora's civilization in plausible environmental context rather than arbitrary fantasy placement. The defining feature of Zora's domain across most iterations is the presence of a large waterfall concealing or surrounding the entrance to their primary settlement. This recurring architectural element serves both practical and symbolic functions, providing natural defense against land-dwelling intruders, creating constant ambient sound that masks other activities from distant detection, generating negative ions that create pleasant atmospheric conditions, and symbolizing the dynamic rather than static nature of water that defines Zora existence. The waterfall's dual function as barrier and entrance symbolizes the Zora's relationship with other races, partially separated yet accessible through proper approach. The interior spaces of Zora's domain vary considerably across different games, while maintaining consistent aquatic themes. Ocarina of Time presents a cavernous grotto centered around a large pool, with platforms and grottos creating three-dimensional living space for creatures equally comfortable swimming and walking. Breath of the Wild expands this concept dramatically, presenting a massive multi-level complex carved into a reservoir basin, with interior spaces suggesting sophisticated understanding of fluid dynamics, channels directing water flow to different areas, pools at various levels connected by cascades and falls, and specialized chambers demonstrating different hydrological properties for specific functions. The architecture here follows organic forms rather than rectilinear human construction, with curved surfaces, coral-like structures, and platforms that rise directly from the water. This design aesthetic reflects not just artistic preference, but functional adaptation. Curved surfaces reduce water resistance. Organic structures accommodate natural water pressure distribution, and integrated water-land interfaces serve a species that requires both aquatic and terrestrial environments. Unlike human architecture that often imposes geometric order onto natural settings, Zora construction extends naturally occurring patterns into functional spaces. This seamless integration of built environment with natural features reflects the Zora's evolutionary adaptation to aquatic life. They do not impose themselves upon nature, but extend its existing patterns. Their living spaces typically preserve natural water flow rather than damming or diverting it, work with existing rock formations rather than quarrying new materials, and maintain water quality rather than polluting it with manufacturing or waste products. This sustainable relationship with their environment contrasts with other civilizations' more extractive approaches, demonstrating alternative development patterns based on integration rather than exploitation. The specific aquatic features of Zora architecture demonstrate sophisticated understanding of water properties. Luminescent minerals embedded in underwater passages provide navigation lighting without requiring fire that would be extinguished in aquatic environments. Water flow itself generates power for mechanical systems through carefully positioned water wheels or turbine-like structures. Temperature regulation occurs naturally through thermal mass of surrounding rock and constant water circulation rather than requiring artificial heating or cooling. These adaptations suggest a civilization that has developed entirely different technological approaches based on their environmental context. In contrast to the fluid beauty of Zora's domain, the western regions of Hyrule often feature the harsh expanse of Gerudo Desert. This vast sea of sand represents both barrier and proving ground, a natural boundary protecting Hyrule from foreign threats, yet also an environment that tests the limits of survival. The desert's formation likely results from rain-shadow effect, mountain ranges to the north intercepting moisture-laden air currents, creating arid conditions in the lands beyond. This meteorological realism provides plausible explanation for the desert's consistent placement across different versions of Hyrule. The desert landscape demonstrates genuine understanding of arid environment features. Sand dunes of different types, Bartian, transverse, and star formations suggest variable wind patterns across different desert regions. Rocky outcroppings, where erosion-resistant materials have withstood wind scouring, create distinctive landmarks and shelter opportunities. Ephemeral stream beds, dry most of the year, but briefly flowing after rare rainfall, create natural travel corridors through otherwise featureless terrain. These geographical features create environmental storytelling, revealing the forces that have shaped this landscape over millennia. Water becomes precious here. Shade offers salvation from scorching sun, and navigation requires understanding the subtle patterns of dunes that shift with every sandstorm. The extreme temperature fluctuations between scorching days and frigid nights create survival challenges requiring specialized adaptations. Breath of the Wild demonstrates this environmental hostility through gameplay mechanics, heat-resistant clothing, or elixirs becoming necessary for daytime travel, while nighttime brings different hazards like freezing temperatures and more dangerous nocturnal creatures. These survival challenges reflect realistic desert conditions, where environmental extremes often pose greater threats than predators or enemies. The desert's apparent emptiness conceals hidden life. Oases nurturing palm trees and desert flowers, ruins buried beneath the sand awaiting rediscovery. Resilient creatures that have evolved specialized adaptations to this extreme environment. These hidden pockets of life and history create rewarding exploration experience, where careful observation reveals resources and discoveries invisible to casual travelers. The contrast between surface desolation and concealed abundance creates thematic resonance with desert spirituality traditions across human cultures. Places of apparent emptiness revealing unexpected depth to those who approach with patience and attention. The desert ecosystem demonstrates sophisticated understanding of arid environment biology. Plants display water conservation adaptations, waxy coatings to prevent evaporation, spines instead of leaves to reduce surface area, extensive root systems to capture sporadic rainfall. Animals exhibit specialized features for desert survival, burrowing behaviors to escape surface heat, nocturnal activity patterns, avoiding daytime temperature extremes, efficient water conservation, through specialized kidney function. These ecological details create plausible background for the human and humanoid civilizations that have adapted to this challenging environment. The Gerudo people who inhabit this harsh landscape reflect its unforgiving nature in their own culture. Strict, disciplined, resourceful, and fiercely independent. They're all-female society, with a single male born every 100 years, cultivates both martial prowess and architectural ingenuity, creating fortress cities that capture and preserve every drop of precious water, while providing protection from both natural elements and potential invaders. Their complex relationship with the larger kingdom of Hyrule, sometimes allies, sometimes antagonists, always distinct, creates a political dynamic that mirrors geographical reality. They are part of the kingdom, yet separate, connected, yet independent, familiar, yet exotic. Gerudo architecture demonstrates sophisticated desert adaptation strategies developed by real-world desert civilizations. Buildings feature thick walls, providing thermal mass that moderates temperature extremes, absorbing heat during day and releasing it during cold nights. Narrow streets create shade corridors for pedestrian movement. During hot periods, wind-catching towers direct higher altitude breezes into living spaces for natural cooling. Subterranean rooms utilize Earth's constant temperature for storage or shelter during extreme weather events. Water storage and distribution systems, cisterns, canats, underground aqueducts, and carefully rationed delivery networks demonstrate the civilization's organization around this precious resource. To the south of the Central Plains often lies Lake Hyrule, the largest body of water within Hyrule's boundaries. This vast lake serves various functions across different eras: sacred site, recreational destination, source of irrigation for agricultural lands, and frequently the location of an important temple. The lake's formation likely results from either a natural depression collecting watershed runoff from surrounding highlands, or an impact crater from ancient meteorite strike, subsequently filled with water. These potential origins suggest geological processes consistent with real-world lake formation, rather than purely magical or arbitrary placement. The lake's hydrological characteristics demonstrate realistic understanding of lacustrine environments. Tributary streams feed constant freshwater input, maintaining water quality through circulation. Depth variation creates different aquatic zones, supporting diverse ecosystems. Shallow shorelines with emergent vegetation, mid-depth open water regions, and deep benthic areas with distinctive pressure and light conditions. Seasonal variations affect water level, clarity, and biological activity, creating a dynamic rather than static environment. These natural processes create plausible context for the spiritual significance attributed to the lake by Hyrule's various civilizations. Its waters remain remarkably clear and pure across most iterations of Hyrule, suggesting both natural resilience and divine protection. This water clarity enables visibility into the lake's depths, where architectural structures often appear underwater passages leading to temples, ancient ruins, partially submerged by changing water levels, or specialized Zora constructions, utilizing the lakebed. The visual relationship between surface and depths creates vertical exploration opportunities, distinct from the horizontal movement characterizing most overworld travel, extending Hyrule's geography into three-dimensional space. The lake often features a central island, accessible only by swimming or other special means, creating a natural sanctuary protected from casual intrusion. This isolation makes it an ideal location for sacred structures or magical artifacts requiring separation from everyday life. The transition from ordinary shore to sacred center mirrors spiritual journeys. In many traditions, movement from mundane periphery towards sacred center, requiring both physical effort and spiritual readiness, with water crossing representing purification or transition between states of being. In many versions of Hyrule, the northwestern regions are dominated by the mysterious Kokiri Forest and the Lost Woods. These ancient woods represent both shelter and bewilderment, home to the childlike Kokiri and their guardian, the Great Deku Tree, yet also a maze where travelers without guidance find themselves walking in endless circles. The forest exists as a realm partially outside normal space and time, where the rules that govern the rest of Hyrule seem suspended or altered. Trees grow to impossible sizes, plants display semi-consciousness, and certain clearings seem to function as gateways to other realms entirely. The distinct ecological zones within this forested region demonstrate sophisticated understanding of woodland environments. The Kokiri village typically occupies a protected clearing with controlled light levels, suitable for habitation and limited agriculture. The deeper Lost Woods feature increasingly dense canopy coverage, creating perpetual twilight at ground level, with distinctive undergrowth adapted to low light conditions. Ancient groves where sacred sites appear often feature distinctive single-species stands, massive trees of identical type creating cathedral-like spaces with symbolic significance. These variations create environmental storytelling that guides exploration through visual and atmospheric cues rather than explicit boundaries. The Great Deku Tree himself represents the concept of sentinel trees found in many cultures, a single massive tree serving as both physical landmark and spiritual presence, watching over its domain through timescales beyond human comprehension. His ability to communicate directly with other beings suggests a perspective on forest ecology, where plants possess consciousness different from, but not inferior to animal awareness, where communication occurs through means beyond ordinary human perception. This portrayal reflects recent scientific discoveries about tree communication through mycorrhizal networks, where information and resources pass between trees through fungal connections beneath the soil. The Lost Woods in particular represents one of Hyrule's most persistent spiritual boundaries, a liminal space between the familiar world and unknown realms. Those who wander its paths without proper knowledge or guidance are said to become Starforce, animated skeletons in some legends, suggesting a transformative environment where human identity itself becomes fluid and potentially lost. Yet for those who know its secret paths, often marked by subtle signs or requiring musical keys, the forest offers passage to sacred groves, ancient temples, or even parallel worlds like Tomina. This geographical tour of Hyrule reveals a landscape designed according to both practical and symbolic principles. From a gameplay perspective, each region presents distinct challenges that require different skills and equipment to navigate: the heat resistance needed for Death Mountain, the breathing apparatus required for Zora's Domain, the protection against sandstorms essential in Gerudo Desert. Yet these environments also function as psychological landscapes, external manifestations of internal states, the forest representing mystery and bewilderment, the mountain embodying aspiration and danger, the desert symbolizing isolation and endurance, the lake reflecting clarity and depth. The persistence of these geographical features across different incarnations of Hyrule creates continuity within change, even as the exact configuration of the land transforms between games. Players recognize Death Mountain's glowing crater or the mysterious mists of the Lost Woods. This balance between familiarity and novelty mirrors our relationship with our own world's landscapes, where certain iconic features provide orientation, even as development and natural processes continuously alter our surroundings. Just as the land of Hyrule maintains certain consistent features across its various incarnations, the civilizations that inhabit this realm display both persistent characteristics and evolutionary changes throughout the kingdom's long history. The people of Hyrule represent a remarkable diversity of sentient species, each adapted to specific environments and developing distinct cultures that reflect their unique relationship with the world around them. The Hylians stand as the predominant race across most eras of Hyrule's history, physically resembling humans, but distinguished by their pointed ears, said to allow them to hear the messages of the gods. Hylians founded the kingdom that bears their name and established its central governance. Their distinctive feature, those pointed ears, symbolizes their special connection to divine guidance, suggesting a people more attuned to spiritual dimensions than ordinary humans. This characteristic reflects their mythological origin as the people chosen by the goddess Hylia for special protection during ancient conflicts, their very name maintaining linguistic connection to their divine patron. Hylian civilization typically centers around castle towns and agricultural villages, with an economy based on farming, crafting, and trade. Their architecture favors stone construction for significant buildings, castles, temples, bridges, and timber frame structures for ordinary dwellings. Their technology level generally corresponds to medieval European development, with occasional magical augmentation through enchanted objects or sacred artifacts. This technological consistency across thousands of years of in-game history raises interesting questions about stagnation versus sustainability. Has Hylian society found an equilibrium that eliminates the need for continuous innovation, or do cycles of calamity repeatedly reset developmental progress? The royal family that rules Hyrule maintains unbroken connection to the bloodline of the goddess Hylia, with each princess named Zelda inheriting not just political authority, but spiritual significance. This dynastic continuity anchors the kingdom's identity across centuries of change, providing institutional memory that helps preserve ancient knowledge through periods of crisis. The naming tradition itself, each princess bearing the name Zelda, represents both honor toward ancestors and recognition of cyclical time, each new bearer continuing patterns established by her predecessors. Hylian religious practices typically center around worship of the three golden goddesses, the Nehru and Hyrule, with the Triforce as their primary sacred symbol. Temples dedicated to these deities or to specific elements associated with them appear across the landscape, architectural expressions of cosmic order. Their religious system generally lacks an elaborate priesthood or hierarchical structure, instead emphasizing direct connection between individuals and divine forces, often mediated through natural features like springs, groves, or mountaintops. This spirituality reflects an integrated worldview where sacred and mundane aren't rigidly separated but interpenetrate through everyday existence. Beyond the Hylians, the Goron tribe represents one of Hyrule's most distinctive civilizations. These rock-eating beings make their home primarily on Death Mountain, their physical characteristics perfectly adapted to this harsh volcanic environment. With rounded boulder-like bodies capable of rolling at high speeds, rock-hard skin resistant to extreme temperatures, and immense physical strength, Gorons exemplify evolutionary adaptation to specific ecological niches. Their diet consists primarily of rocks, with certain geological formations considered special delicacies, giving them direct metabolic connection to the mountain they inhabit. Goron society centers around values of brotherhood, strength, and endurance. They typically recognize a single patriarch or big brother as their leader, chosen through demonstrations of power rather than hereditary succession. Their settlements feature minimalist architecture carved directly into mountainsides, with hot springs serving as important social gathering places. Despite their intimidating physical appearance, Gorons generally maintain peaceful relations with other races, particularly valuing the trading relationships that bring them exotic goods from environments they find uncomfortable to visit personally. The cultural significance of wrestling and sumo-like competitions in Goron society extends beyond mere entertainment to encompass spiritual practice, leadership selection, and coming-of-age rituals. Their craftsmanship focuses on metallurgy and explosives, specialized knowledge arising from their intimate familiarity with geological materials. This expertise often makes them valuable allies during conflicts, their bomb flowers and crafted weaponry providing tactical advantages unavailable through other means. Equally distinct but dramatically different from the Gorons, the aquatic Zora people inhabit the waterways of Hyrule, constructing elaborate domains where rivers widen or form lakes. Their physiological adaptation to aquatic environments, streamlined bodies, fin-like appendages, ability to breathe underwater, makes them natural guardians of Hyrule's water resources. This ecological role often translates into political significance, as control over water flow gives them influence disproportionate to their population size. The Zora civilization displays sophisticated aesthetic development, with architecture that blends seamlessly with natural waterways, creating structures that appear to grow organically from their surroundings. Luminous stones, water-polished minerals, and living coral often feature in their building materials, creating environments that shimmer with reflected light. Their governance typically follows monarchical models, with a royal family maintaining authority over generations, occasionally sharing power with a council of elders in more democratic arrangements. The evolution of Zora culture across different eras of Hyrule's history reveals one of the most dramatic transformations among its peoples. In earlier chronological periods, some games depict River Zoras as hostile, territorial creatures with limited civilization, spitting projectiles at those who approach their waters. Later incarnations show them as sophisticated, diplomatic people with complex artistic traditions and technological innovations adapted to aquatic environments. This transformation might represent actual evolutionary development, shifting narrative perspective, or different subspecies adapted to various aquatic niches. The games leave this ambiguity unresolved, inviting player interpretation. In the adult timeline following Ocarina of Time, the Zora appear to have evolved into the bird-like Rito, adapted to life above the Great Sea rather than beneath it. This dramatic physiological transformation from aquatic to aerial existence represents one of the most profound evolutionary shifts in Hyrule's history, suggesting either divine intervention or remarkable adaptive capacity in response to environmental change. The Rito maintains certain cultural elements from their Zora ancestors: respect for authority, elaborate etiquette, artistic sensibility, while developing entirely new traditions around flight, wind, and aerial perspectives. The Gerudo people of the Western Desert represent another distinct civilization within Hyrule's borders, though their relationship with the kingdom has fluctuated between alliance and antagonism throughout history. As a predominantly female society with only one male born every 100 years, Gerudo culture has developed unique social structures not dependent on conventional family units. Instead, they organize around martial training, trade expertise, and communal child-rearing, creating a society that remains stable despite their unusual demographic pattern. Gerudo architecture demonstrates remarkable adaptation to desert conditions, with structures designed to maximize shade, capture and preserve scarce water, and provide protection from sandstorms. Their settlements often feature high walls, not just for defense against enemies, but as barriers against the harsh environment itself. Sophisticated hydraulic systems channel and store rainwater during infrequent storms, while deep wells tap into underground aquifers for more reliable supply. This architectural ingenuity reflects broader cultural emphasis on resource management and long-term sustainability in an environment that punishes wastefulness. The Gerudo's complex relationship with the rest of Hyrule stems partly from geographical isolation and partly from cultural differences. Their economy historically included raiding and banditry, alongside legitimate trade, creating tension with neighboring peoples. Yet they also developed unique crafts, agricultural techniques suited to arid environments, and specialized knowledge of desert survival that made them valuable trading partners. This ambiguous position, neither fully integrated nor completely separate from Hyrule proper, creates narrative space for exploring themes of cultural misunderstanding, prejudice, and reconciliation. Of all Hyrule's peoples, perhaps none are as enigmatic as the Sheikah tribe. These shadow folk, sworn to protect the royal family, operate largely beyond public awareness. Their numbers seemingly small, yet their influence profound, with distinctive physical characteristics: white or silver hair, red eyes, athletic builds suited to stealth and combat. Sheikah serve as guardians, spies, scholars, and magical practitioners across multiple eras of Hyrule's history. Their symbol, the eye with a teardrop, appears at sites of magical or historical significance throughout the kingdom, marking their hidden presence across generations. Sheikah technology represents a fascinating contradiction within Hyrule's generally medieval setting. In certain eras, particularly as depicted in Breath of the Wild, they developed devices far beyond the capabilities of other contemporary civilizations: teleportation networks, energy weapons, autonomous guardians, stasis fields, and other applications of their mysterious ancient energy. This technological advancement raises questions about why such knowledge remained confined to their tribe rather than transforming broader Hylian society, suggesting either deliberate secrecy or cultural taboos around certain forms of progress. Chapter 5: Setting the stage for future episodes. As our first journey through the legends of Hyrule draws toward its conclusion, let us pause to reflect on what awaits in future chapters of this unfolding tale. The tapestry we have begun to explore contains threads that stretch far beyond what we have examined thus far, intricate patterns of myth and history that will reveal themselves in greater detail as our exploration continues. Like Link standing at the threshold of a vast, uncharted wilderness, we find ourselves at the beginning of a journey that will take us through the full richness of Hyrule's past, present, and divergent futures. In our next episode, we will delve deeper into the creation mythology of Hyrule, examining the nature and intentions of the three golden goddesses who shaped this world from primordial chaos. The creation myths of Hyrule share fascinating parallels with our own world's cosmological traditions, from the Judeo-Christian concept of divine speech bringing form to void, to Hindu accounts of gods churning the cosmic ocean to separate elements, to indigenous American stories of animals diving beneath primeval waters to bring up earth for the first land. These parallels suggest universal human fascination with origins, with the transition from formlessness to order, from non-existence to being. Din, with her strong flaming arms, cultivated the land and created the red earth. Her domain encompasses not just physical strength, but the power of creation itself, the ability to transform formlessness into structure, to give substance to what was previously only potential. Her contribution represents the first essential step in creation, establishing material existence as the foundation for all that follows. The emphasis on her flaming arms suggests both destructive and creative aspects of fire, the heat that breaks down existing forms and the energy that forges new ones. This duality reflects how creation often requires breaking apart before bringing together, how new forms emerge through transformation of what came before, rather than ex nihilo manifestation. The specifically red earth, created by Din, carries symbolic significance across cultures. Red as the color of blood and life force, earth as foundation and sustenance. This combination suggests not inert matter, but living substance imbued with generative potential. The lands of Hyrule, with their remarkable diversity and vitality, reflect this quality of animated matter rather than passive material. Mountains that seem to breathe, waters with apparent consciousness, forests that remember. Dean's power establishes not just physical existence, but the capacity for that existence to develop complexity beyond its initial form. Nehru poured her wisdom onto the earth and gave the spirit of law to the world. Her gift extends beyond mere rules or prohibitions to encompass the fundamental principles that govern existence, the physical laws that determine how matter behaves, the temporal patterns that establish cycles of day and night, seasons and years, birth and death. Without Nehru's contribution, Dingen's matter would remain chaotic and unpredictable. With it, patterns emerge that allow for sustained complexity rather than random fluctuation. Her wisdom creates the conditions under which life becomes possible and knowledge becomes meaningful. The language describing Nehru's contribution, wisdom poured onto the earth, suggests fluid rather than rigid application of order. Unlike imposed legislation that constrains through external force, Nehru's laws permeate existence itself, becoming intrinsic to how reality functions rather than standing apart from it. This imagery evokes concepts like the Chinese Tao or the Indian Dharma, fundamental patterns that guide rather than command, that create harmony through alignment rather than obedience. The blue coloration associated with Nehru throughout the series reinforces this fluid quality, water that finds its proper course, not through predetermined channels, but through responsive adaptation to surrounding conditions. The particular wisdom attributed to Nari manifests throughout Hyrule in remarkable balance between order and possibility. Natural processes follow recognizable patterns without becoming entirely predictable. Similar causes produce similar effects, while allowing for variation and evolution. Fundamental constants maintain stability while permitting creative adaptation. This balance between structure and flexibility creates the conditions for both reliable patterns and genuine novelty, for traditions that preserve wisdom and innovations that expand it. Aurora, with her rich soul, produce all life forms who would uphold the law. Her domain represents the culmination of creation, consciousness itself, the emergence of beings who can perceive, respond, adapt, and eventually understand the world around them. Her contribution transforms a universe of matter and law into one of meaning and purpose, where awareness can reflect upon itself and make choices within the framework established by her sister goddesses. Without Pharaoh's gift, the universe would remain a beautiful but unwitnessed mechanism. With it, the cosmos gains the capacity to know itself through the eyes of its inhabitants. The specific attribution to Pharaoh's rich soul suggests that life emerges not as mechanical implementation of cosmic law, but as expression of spiritual abundance, of generosity that overflows into new forms of being. This language echoes creation myths, where divine breath or tears or blood transforms into living creatures, life as extension of divinity rather than separate manufacture. The green color associated with Pharaoh throughout the series connects her to growth, renewal, and the cyclical regeneration visible in plant life. Her legacy appears most vividly in Hyrule's remarkable biodiversity, from sentient races with complex civilizations to seemingly humble creatures with their own ecological significance. What distinguishes Faraji's contribution is the emphasis on creatures who would uphold the law, beings with not just consciousness, but conscience, not just awareness, but ethical capacity. This aspect establishes moral dimension as intrinsic to creation rather than imposed upon it. suggesting that understanding and maintaining cosmic harmony represents the fulfillment of conscious existence rather than constraint upon it. The diverse races of Hyrule, each with distinctive adaptations and values yet connected through shared ethical recognition, manifest this principle of unity expressed through variety rather than uniformity. Together, these three aspects of divinity, power, wisdom, and courage, established the foundation for all that would follow in Hyrule's long history. Their departure from the world left behind the golden sacred triangles at the point where they returned to the heavens. This Triforce became both Hyrule's greatest blessing and its most perilous temptation, a physical fantastance of divine balance that could grant the wish of anyone who touched it, reflecting the true nature of their heart. The triangular form of this sacred relic carries mathematical and symbolic significance across human cultures. The minimum number of points required to create a stable two-dimensional shape, the geometric representation of Trinity concepts found in numerous spiritual traditions, the visual expression of how multiple distinct elements can create unified whole, the arrangement of three identical triangles, forming a larger triangle of empty space, suggests both the distinct nature of the divine aspects and their essential unity, separate yet connected, individual yet interdependent. This visual paradox echoes theological concepts like the Christian Trinity or the Hindu Trimurti, where divinity simultaneously exists as both one and many. We will examine how this relic differs from conventional magical artifacts in fantasy literature. It possesses no consciousness or moral alignment of its own, no predetermined purpose beyond reflecting and amplifying what already exists within its wielder. This neutrality creates a profound metaphor for power itself, neither inherently good nor evil, but rather a magnification of the intentions that direct it. In this respect, the Triforce serves as both narrative device and philosophical statement about the nature of influence and authority, suggesting that power reveals character rather than determining it. The Triforce's wish-granting capacity follows distinctive metaphysical principles, unlike typical fantasy monkey's paw scenarios where wishes produce ironic or corrupted outcomes. Instead, the Triforce manifests the true desire within its wielder's heart, regardless of the specific wording or conscious intention expressed. This quality suggests a cosmology where deeper truth exists beneath surface awareness, where our fundamental nature manifests despite rather than because of our conscious intentions. When Ganondorf touches the Triforce in Ocarina of Time, it splits into three pieces because his heart lacks balance between power, wisdom, and courage, not as punishment, but as natural consequence of internal disharmony. Similarly, when the King of Hyrule uses the Triforce in Wind Waker to wish for hope and future for the children rather than restoration of his lost kingdom, this choice reflects genuine wisdom that transcends personal attachment. The Triforce never judges its wielder, but simply amplifies what already exists within them. This immoral quality makes it simultaneously more dangerous and more profound than conventional magical objects that contain inherent ethical frameworks. Its power cannot be blamed for corruption, nor credited for virtue. Responsibility remains always with the individual who wields it. This philosophical stance avoids both deterministic fatalism, where external forces dictate outcomes, and naive individualism, where context has no influence on choice. Instead, it suggests a middle path, where external power amplifies, but does not determine internal quality, where character shapes how we use influence rather than influence shaping character. The sacred realm, where the Triforce initially resided, represents another complex element of Hyrule's cosmology that we will explore more fully. This dimension exists parallel to the material world, yet remains largely inaccessible to ordinary travelers. Its nature changes depending on the heart of those who influence it. A pristine golden land, under righteous stewardship, or a twisted dark world when corrupted by malice. This mutable quality suggests a realm that exists at the intersection of physical reality and consciousness itself, a place where thoughts and intentions manifest as tangible environments. The sacred realm's transformations throughout Hyrule's history reveal how collective consciousness shapes reality at levels beyond individual perception. The Temple of Light, at the sacred realm's center, represents the architectural embodiment of cosmic order, a structure that exists simultaneously as physical building and spiritual nexus. Its specific design elements vary across different eras of Hyrule's history, yet certain features remain consistent. Concentric circular chambers suggesting emanation from central source, elevated platforms creating hierarchical ascent towards sacred center, light-infused spaces where boundaries between material and spiritual grow transparent. These architectural elements reflect patterns found in sacred structures across human cultures, from Gothic cathedrals, where light streams through stained glass to create transcendent atmosphere, to Eastern stupas with their graduated levels representing spiritual ascent, to indigenous American kivas, where circular design creates ceremonial space, separate from ordinary existence. The specific placement of the Triforce within this sacred architecture suggests both accessibility and protection, not hidden completely from worthy seekers, nor exposed carelessly to casual acquisition. This balanced approach reflects philosophical questions about divine revelation that appear in many theological traditions, how truth might be simultaneously revealed and concealed, accessible to sincere seekers while protected from exploitation. The various trials, puzzles, and challenges that typically guard access to sacred sites throughout the Zelda series express this principle of earned revelation, where wisdom becomes available through demonstrated readiness rather than arbitrary restriction or indiscriminate availability. Our next episode will also examine the first great conflict between the forces of light and shadow, as the goddess Hylia battles against the demon king Demise. The conflict between Hylia and Demise embodies archetypal opposition found in numerous world mythologies: order versus chaos in Egyptian struggles between Ra and Apophis, cosmic maintenance versus dissolution in Hindu cycles of Vishnu's preservation against Shiva's destruction, divine wisdom versus shadowed knowledge in Gnostic accounts of Sophia confronting the demiurge. Yet importantly, this conflict transcends simplistic good versus evil dualism to explore necessary cosmic tension between complementary forces. Demise represents not merely malevolence, but the essential principle of entropy itself, the universal tendency toward dissolution that makes renewal necessary and possible. Without his destructive aspect, creation would become static rather than dynamic, preserved but unable to evolve, maintained but incapable of transformation. Hylia's strategy against this overwhelming force reveals sophisticated understanding of both violence and its limitations. Rather than attempting to eliminate Demise completely, perhaps recognizing such elimination as both impossible and cosmically imbalancing, she implements threefold approach, sealing his primary form to prevent immediate devastation, elevating potential victims beyond his reach in the Sky Islands of Skyloft, and planning for eventual confrontation through her own reincarnation and the preparation of a chosen hero. This nuanced response acknowledges both the necessity of opposition against destructive forces and the impossibility of permanent victory through force alone. The sealed imprisonment, rather than destruction, recognizes cosmic balance, where opposing forces constrain rather than eliminate each other. Hylia's decision to relinquish her divine form and be reborn as a mortal introduces one of the most profound theological concepts in The Legend of Zelda, the voluntary acceptance of limitation as a pathway to new possibility. By becoming human, she gains access to the Triforce, something the gods themselves cannot use directly. This paradoxical increase in potential through acceptance of constraint reflects spiritual principles found in many real-world traditions, from Buddhist teachings about how renunciation leads to freedom, to Christian concepts of divine incarnation, to Taoist emphasis on how yielding creates strength. Her choice establishes incarnation itself as a central theme in Hyrule's mythology, suggesting that divinity finds fullest expression not through separation from mortal experience, but through immersion within it. The specific mechanism of divine incarnation in Zelda's mythology differs meaningfully from many religious traditions. Rather than manifesting as fully formed divinity in mortal form, Hylia truly becomes human, with her divine consciousness initially dormant within Zelda's ordinary human awareness. This genuine incarnation creates authentic human experience, unfiltered by divine foreknowledge. Zelda experiences childhood wonder, adolescent confusion, and gradual awakening to greater purpose, with all the vulnerability and authenticity of genuine human development. When her divine memories and capabilities gradually reawaken during her purification journey, they integrate with rather than replace her human identity, creating synthesis rather than substitution. This model suggests that transcendent awareness completes rather than negates human experience, that spiritual awakening fulfills rather than abandons personality. Particularly significant is how this incarnation relates to the concept of multiple lives across time. Unlike reincarnation models where the same consciousness experiences different bodies through cycles of death and rebirth, Zelda represents both continuity and uniqueness across her various incarnations. Each princess bearing this name carries forward the bloodline of the goddess, yet develops distinct personality, capabilities, and relationships according to her specific historical circumstances. This pattern suggests a model where spiritual essence manifests through individual uniqueness rather than despite it, where particular expressions add richness to the archetype rather than merely instantiating it. Zelda's spiritual inheritance becomes not burden erasing individuality, but foundation supporting unique contribution. Demise as Hylia's counterpart and adversary represents forces equally fundamental but diametrically opposed to her creative purpose. His title as Demon King suggests not merely a powerful monster, but an entity representing principles antithetical to the cosmic order established by the Golden Goddesses. Where they brought form from chaos, he seeks to return existence to undifferentiated darkness. Where they created laws to sustain life, he embodies breakdown and dissolution. Where they gifted consciousness to experience joy, he brings suffering and despair. Yet importantly, demise is not depicted as evil incarnate, but as a necessary cosmic principle, destruction as complement to creation, ending as counterpart to beginning, challenge as catalyst for growth. The physical manifestation of demise reveals this cosmic significance through specific visual symbolism. His massive humanoid form with flaming hair suggests both primal force and consuming fire, destruction personified, yet contained within recognizable form. The scales covering his skin create reptilian association with ancient mythological serpents and dragons that often represent primordial chaos in world mythologies, from the Norse Jormungandr encircling the world to the Mesopotamian Tiamat, whose body becomes the material of creation. Most telling is the appearance of his sword, a dark reflection of the master sword that will later oppose his reincarnated forms, suggesting that weapons themselves represent principles rather than mere tools, that the conflict between creation and destruction manifests through parallel rather than divergent means. Demise's approach to conflict reveals sophisticated martial philosophy, extending beyond mere violence. His respect for worthy opponents, willingness to engage in formal duel, rather than merely overwhelming force, and acknowledgement of Link's growth demonstrate warrior ethos commonly found in heroic traditions worldwide, from Japanese Bushido emphasizing honor above victory, to Western chivalric codes governing combat between worthy foes. This dignified approach complicates simplistic villainy, suggesting that destruction itself follows principles rather than mere chaotic annihilation. When he faces defeat, his response reveals both acceptance of outcome and determination to continue opposition in new form, recognition of immediate loss without surrender of fundamental purpose. His final curse, established as he faces defeat at the hands of the first Link, reveals the profound cyclical nature of Hyrule's conflicts. Those like you, those who share the blood of the goddess and the spirit of the hero, they are eternally bound to this curse. An incarnation of my hatred shall ever follow your kind, dooming them to wander a blood-soaked sea of darkness for all time. This prophetic statement establishes not just Ganon's recurring appearances throughout the series, but the metaphysical principle that balance itself requires opposition. Light needs shadow to define it. Courage requires danger to manifest. Wisdom develops through confronting ignorance. The eternal triangle of hero, princess, and demon king becomes not a failure to achieve permanent resolution, but an expression of cosmic order, where opposing forces create dynamic equilibrium rather than static perfection. In subsequent episodes, we will trace how this primordial conflict established patterns that would echo throughout all of Hyrule's history. The reincarnation cycle binding Link, Zelda, and Ganon represents not just narrative convenience for creating new adventures, but a profound statement about the persistence of archetypal forces across time. Each appearance of these three figures brings both familiar patterns and unique variations. The core spiritual qualities remain consistent, while their specific manifestations adapt to different historical circumstances. We will explore how Zelda's incarnations maintain connection to divine wisdom, while expressing this quality through different forms, sometimes as mystical princess with prophetic dreams, sometimes as disguised warrior with strategic insight, sometimes as scholarly researcher seeking technological solutions. Similarly, Link's courage manifests variously as innocent determination, world-weary resilience, or amnesiac rediscovery of purpose. Even Ganondorf evolves across appearances, from ambitious political manipulator to philosophical exile to primal force of destruction. These variations suggest that archetypes themselves exist, not as rigid templates, but as fundamental principles finding fresh expression in each new context. Our journey will take us through the era of prosperity following the events of Skyward Sword, when survivors from the Sky Islands descended to establish the Kingdom of Hyrule under the leadership of Zelda's descendants. This golden age represents the potential harmony between divine order and human society, a period when spiritual wisdom and practical governance reinforced rather than conflicted with each other. The architectural and cultural foundations established during this era would influence all subsequent periods of Hyrule's history, creating patterns that would persist even through calamity and rebirth. We will examine how the Triforce, initially placed within the Temple of Light and guarded by the Sheikah tribe, gradually became known to wider circles within Hyrulean society. This spreading awareness introduces one of the central tensions in the kingdom's history, between keeping sacred knowledge protected from misuse and allowing beneficial access to divine power. The ethical questions surrounding who deserves access to transformative power, how such access should be governed, and what responsibilities accompany great capability remain relevant throughout Hyrule's various eras and find echoes in our own world's struggles with technological and political authority. The era of chaos that followed represents the inevitable shadow of prosperity, when abundance creates competition rather than cooperation, when knowledge previously restricted becomes subject to conflicting claims. when social harmony fragments into factional interest. This period of civil war, with various groups seeking control of the Triforce, demonstrates how even the most noble civilization remains vulnerable to internal division. The conflict reminds us that societies flourish not through absence of destructive potential, but through continuous collective choice to maintain balance despite ever-present temptations toward exploitation and domination. Future episodes will explore how recurring themes manifest differently across divergent timelines, following the pivotal splitting point in Ocarina of Time, the Fallen Hero timeline, where Link fails in his final confrontation with Ganondorf, reveals how even complete defeat of the prophesied hero does not represent the end of all hope. New heroes emerge generations later, carrying forward the struggle against darkness, even without knowledge of their connection to ancient patterns. This pessimistic branch paradoxically contains profound optimism, suggesting that heroism itself transcends any individual hero, that courage finds expression even in worlds where evil appears triumphant. The Child Timeline, created when Zelda sends Link back to his youth with knowledge of future events, explores unintended consequences of attempting to change established history. Preventing one catastrophe creates different complications, as Ganondorf's failed execution leads to his banishment to the Twilight Realm, rather than his defeat. This branch suggests that wisdom lies not in creating perfect outcomes, an impossible goal in a complex world, but in responding appropriately to each new challenge as it emerges. The timeline's melancholic atmosphere, particularly evident in Majora's Mask and Twilight Princess, reflects the bittersweet nature of knowledge itself. Awareness brings both power to affect change and burden of responsibility for consequences. The adult timeline, continuing from the future, abandoned by Link's return to childhood, examines how worlds adapt when prophecy itself is disrupted. With no hero present when Ganon breaks his seal, divine intervention floods Hyrule beneath the Great Sea, preserving possibility at the cost of established civilization. This branch explores themes of renewal and reinvention, as survivors create new societies with fragmentary connection to their submerged heritage. The Wind Waker's emphasis on exploration, rather than restoration, suggests that forward movement sometimes requires releasing attachment to what came before, that preservation of values matters more than preservation of specific forms. We will devote particular attention to how these divergent timelines eventually seem to reconverge in Breath of the Wild, a game deliberately positioned with ambiguous connections to all three branches. Its post-apocalyptic setting, with ancient technology reappearing amid medieval conditions, suggests cycles larger than those previously depicted in the series. Civilizations rising to technological sophistication, collapsing through calamity, and gradually rebuilding from fragments of former knowledge. This epic time frame invites consideration of how wisdom might persist through dark ages, how forgotten capabilities might be rediscovered rather than reinvented, how societies might learn from past failures rather than merely repeating them. The connections between seemingly separate elements of Hylian mythology will become clearer as our exploration deepens. The relationship between ancient Sheikah, technology, and divine power suggests that what appears magical from one perspective might represent advanced science from another. The recurring motif of sleeping or suspended animation, from Link's 7-year stasis in the Temple of Time to his century-long recovery in the Shrine of Resurrection, creates opportunities for dramatic temporal displacement, allowing characters to witness directly how their actions influence distant futures, rather than merely imagining potential consequences. Musical instruments with magical properties, the goddess harp, the Ocarina of Time, the Wind Waker baton, the spirit flute, appear throughout the series, not merely as gameplay mechanics, but as profound metaphors for harmony between individual action and cosmic pattern. These instruments allow their users to affect reality, not through domination, but through alignment, not by imposing will, but by creating resonance with existing structures. Their prominence suggests that true power emerges, not from forcing change, but from understanding the inherent patterns of the world and engaging with them skillfully. Wisdom expressed through creative participation rather than rigid control. The recurring presence of masks throughout the series, from the transformation masks of Majora's Masks to the ceremonial masks of Twilight Princess to the ancient masks found in Breath of the Wild, creates another thematic thread we will explore more fully. These artifacts represent the complex relationship between identity and appearance, between internal nature and external presentation, between the roles we temporarily adopt and the essential self that persists beneath them. The masks worn by various characters sometimes conceal and sometimes reveal their true natures, suggesting that identity itself emerges through dynamic interplay between authentic core and adaptive surface, rather than residing exclusively in either. As we continue our journey through Hyrule's legends, we will examine how distinctive art styles across different games reflect not just technological evolution or aesthetic preference, but philosophical approaches to reality itself. The Wind Waker's cel-shaded expressionism, Twilight Princess's gothic realism, Breath of the Wild's watercolor impressionism, each creates a distinctive visual language that shapes our experience of the world it depicts. These artistic choices suggest that reality itself exists not as objective fact, but as interpreted experience, that the same events might appear radically different depending on the perceptual framework through which we encounter them. The environmental storytelling embedded within Hyrule's landscapes will receive particular attention in future episodes. Ruins scattered across otherwise natural settings tell silent stories of civilizations risen and fallen. Architectural styles reflect cultural values of their creators. Ecological relationships between different regions suggest natural processes occurring beyond human timescales. These environmental elements create narrative depth beyond explicit exposition, inviting contemplative exploration rather than passive consumption of established plot points. In our exploration of Hyrule's diverse cultures, we will examine how different societies have developed distinctive adaptations to their environmental contexts. The rock-eating Gorons of Death Mountain, the aquatic Zora of Domain Waterways, the forest-dwelling Kokiri under their guardian Deku tree, the desert-hardened Garuda with their matriarchal structure. Each represents not merely aesthetic variation, but sophisticated cultural adaptation to specific ecological conditions. These civilizations demonstrate how environment shapes culture without determining it completely, how similar challenges might generate different but equally valid responses, depending on historical and spiritual factors unique to each people. Throughout our journey, we will continue to recognize how the Legend of Zelda transcends simple entertainment to create a modern mythology that addresses fundamental human concerns through fantasy framework. Its exploration of courage challenges simplistic heroism by showing how true bravery emerges not from fearlessness, but from acting despite uncertainty. Its depiction of wisdom reveals how knowledge itself remains insufficient without compassion to guide its application. Its examination of power demonstrates how influence amplifies internal quality rather than automatically corrupting or ennobling its possessor. The distinctive approach to time within these legends, where past, present, and future exist not as separate domains, but as interconnected aspects of a complex whole, creates profound metaphor for human relationship with history itself. Link's journeys across time suggest that we too might learn to see our present as connected to rather than separated from both historical inheritance and future possibility, that understanding our place in larger temporal patterns brings both responsibility and freedom. The time travel mechanics, central to many games in the series, invite us to consider how our actions create consequences beyond our immediate perception, how decisions made today shape realities we may never personally witness. Perhaps most significantly, The Legend of Zelda offers a unique vision of heroism itself, not as innate superiority or chosen destiny, but as ordinary courage, elevated through persistent commitment. Link begins most adventures as unremarkable, a forest child without a fairy, an island dweller concerned with family, a sleeper awakening without memory. His heroism emerges not through sudden transformation, but through accumulated small choices to move toward rather than away from challenge, to help those in need despite personal risk, to continue forward when retreat seems more sensible. This accessible model of heroism suggests that courage resides not in special individuals, but in choices available to anyone willing to accept both vulnerability and responsibility. As our exploration of Hyrule continues in future episodes, we will delve into these themes and many others that make The Legend of Zelda not merely an entertaining fantasy, but a sophisticated mythology for modern times. We will examine how its recursive patterns create not repetitive predictability, but meaningful resonance, how its fantastical elements illuminate rather than escape from fundamental realities of human experience, how its emphasis on environmental harmony provides relevant perspective for our own ecological challenges. For now, as this initial chapter of our exploration concludes, let us carry forward the awareness that beneath the entertainment value, these legends lies profound contemplation of what gives meaning to existence itself, connection to others, despite temporal and spatial separation, courage to act despite inevitable uncertainty, wisdom to recognize pattern amid apparent chaos, power directed toward protection rather than domination. These qualities, embodied in Link, Zelda, and countless other characters throughout Hyrule's vast history, remind us that heroism exists not as abstract ideal, but as practical possibility, available in ordinary moments of seemingly unremarkable lives.